Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our first witness today is Mike Young.
Yeah.
Please could the witness be sworn?
Thank you. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please give your full name.
Michael Thomas Young.
You should have in front of you a copy of your witness statement dated the 8th of August 2024.
I do.
That statement runs to 63 pages. Could I ask you please to turn to page 58?
Yep,
Do you see your signature there?
I do.
Is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Thank you. Mr. Young, I'm going to begin by asking you a few questions about your professional background before we go on to deal with some of the substantive matters dealt with in your statement. So firstly, on leaving school, you joined the British Army, in which you served for 11 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After leaving the Army, you served as a police officer for 7 years, rising to the rank of Detective Sergeant. Is that right?
That is correct.
Between March 1995 and February 1998, you say that you worked for Orange PLC. Is that the mobile network provider and internet service provider?
It was at the time, yes.
Forgive me, at the time, yes. You explained that you were initially employed by Orange as an investigations manager, responsible for fraud and security matters. Is that right?
Correct.
You were later promoted to the group head of security management. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Upon leaving Orange, you took up a role as the Chief Information Officer and Vice President of International IT for Verizon Business Solutions. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in that role, you were responsible for IT development in the Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia and Pacific regions. Is that right?
IT operations and development, yes, that's correct.
Operations and development, thank you. Before taking up your role at Verizon, had you undertaken any formal training or obtained any qualifications in information technology?
I have a diploma in security management.
And when did you obtain that?
I think that was whilst at Orange. I was studying for a diploma in security management, so and that continued after leaving Orange too.
And so far as that diploma is concerned in security management, what aspects of information technology was covered? Do you recall?
Most parts of cyber, what we would know as cyber security today.
Thank you. You say that you left Verizon in June 2006, and after spending a year running your own consultancy, you joined BT in July 2007 as their Vice President of Global Services. Is that right?
That is correct.
Dealing then with your employment at the Post Office, you joined Post Office as Operations Director in August 2008, initially reporting to the Managing Director, Alan Cook. Is that right?
That's correct.
You describe your responsibilities as Operations Director as being to develop and manage at an executive level the partnership and relationship with suppliers. Is that
Correct.
how you saw your role at the time? In your role as Operations Director, you had a number of direct reports, which included the head of change and IS, which was responsible for overseeing technology. Is that right?
That's correct.
As well as the head of security.
Correct.
When you joined the Post Office, what did you understand the remit of the Post Office security team to be?
It was an all-encompassing type mandate. It was all areas of risk across the whole business. So making sure that employees were aware of their security responsibilities. So therefore there was some form of training for employees when they were brought on board to the Post Office. That was supplied and supported by the security team, right the way through to acting on intelligence that may refer to security in the cash vehicle and transit arena, which was a very large part of my operational remit, and right the way through to investigations.
And when you say investigations, can you clarify what you mean by that? Are we talking about criminal investigations? Did you understand that the Post Office security team were responsible for investigating alleged offences of fraud, theft and false accounting, for example?
One aspect of John Scott, the head of security's roles and responsibilities, was to look at criminal investigations, yes.
In your statement, you say that you were not responsible for investigations into potential criminality within the Post Office network, and that you had no involvement in criminal prosecutions or civil litigation. Given that you had oversight of a team which conducted criminal investigations, do you think that that's entirely accurate to say that you had no responsibility for the investigation into potential criminality within the network?
I do.
Who did you think was responsible at an executive level for managing and overseeing the criminal investigations carried out by the Post Office security team?
There is an overlapping responsibility managed via Royal Mail Group for all criminal prosecutions across the group. And John Scott, the head of security for Pol, was the lead into that. In my introduction, when arriving at the Post Office, it was made clear to me that that process did not need my supervision or my line management, because that had been in place over a number of years. And I was told not to get involved and to leave it with both legal and that RMG, Royal Mail Group type framework.
Who told you that?
Alan Cook, my boss, the CEO.
Upon joining the Post Office, what did you understand to be the relationship between the Post Office security team and the Royal Mail Group security team and those who had responsibility for criminal prosecutions?
As a former policeman, I knew that Royal Mail Group had a means of prosecuting people, because I'd seen them in my police career involved in certain aspects of prosecutions. What I understood from talking to John as an introduction to John, as one of my direct reports, was how the process worked, because I asked questions in relation to what had been described to me by Alan Cook. So I had some sense of how it worked at Royal Mail Group via my former career as a policeman, and some of the gaps in my understanding were either covered off in the intro by Alan Cook or my introduction and my first weeks of getting to know my team, and in particular John Scott, as he told me about his roles and responsibilities. And I knew that in terms of prosecutions within potential prosecutions within the Post Office, that it was being handled under that Royal Mail Group type mantle, with a strong emphasis coming from the legal team.
I wonder if we could please take a look at an email chain in July 2011, which between John Scott, your head of security, you, Mr. Young, and Rob Wilson, head of the criminal law team. It bears the reference POL 00019-281. Thank you. If we could scroll down, so at the top we have the last email in the chain. If we could scroll down, please, to the bottom of page 2. Thank you. So this is an email from, we can see Rob Wilson. If we just scroll up to the bottom of page 1, please. Thank you. It's said to be from Monica Thompson, but it seems to be sent on behalf of Rob Wilson, head of security. This is addressed to John Scott and copied to Susan Crichton. And as you'll see, you're later copied into the email. It relates to a letter from a Member of Parliament requesting that the Post Office discontinue the prosecution of a constituent. It reads, "Dear John, please enclose a copy of a letter dated 18th of July, received in today's post. You'll see from the associated summons the allegation in this case concerns the theft of over £53,000. My current instructions are that not all of the money has in fact been repaid. My understanding is that a total of £18,104.75 has been paid, and that in any event, despite the comments made in the letter, that this case is in the public interest to prosecute. Bearing in mind this letter comes from an MP and has been forwarded to the chairman, I've copied the correspondence to you and be grateful if my instructions could be confirmed in due course. If I can be of any assistance, please don't hesitate to contact me." So that penultimate paragraph, Mr. Wilson seeking confirmation of instructions from John Scott. Do you see that?
Yep.
If we scroll up, please. Thank you. So the second email in the chain is from Mr. Scott to you. And we see various other recipients copied, including Susan Crichton, Head of Legal, and others. It reads, "Mike, please find attached a letter from the Right Honourable MP in regards to Post Office security prosecuting one of his constituents and requesting that we discontinue. The letter's been forwarded to the chairman's office, as we saw in the email below, so it's likely to become a flag case." He states, "I'll ensure that the case and prosecution is reviewed and that any further action taken is appropriate and proportionate, although you can see the initial assessment from Rob Wilson below. We'll arrange a holding letter in the meantime." Now, my question is this: if you had no oversight of these matters, why is it that in July 2011 Mr. Scott brings this to your attention and raises it with you?
So amongst my direct reports, and there were a number, we've only covered 2 or 3 of them, I made it clear that anything that was likely to escalate to the board, poll board, and the Royal Mail Group board, and certainly anything that was coming from the shareholder, I'd like to be copied in and made aware of. And I think in part, John is making sure, on a rare occasion, a very rare occasion, that he's standing true to that instruction.
And so just to be clear, from this, it's right to understand you were aware that your head of security, John Scott, was giving instructions to the criminal law team about the conduct of cases. Is that correct?
Well, I'm aware, clearly, through the disclosure of what the inquiry has brought forward. Having read that, I'm aware of it in terms of the content. Was I aware that John was doing something like that on a norm? The answer to that is no.
So you did not know that at the time, is that correct? Now, dealing then briefly with some changes in your job title and your responsibilities during the course of your work with the Post Office. You said that in and around April 2010, your job title changed to that of the Chief Technology and Operations Services Director. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That didn't result in any changes in your roles and responsibilities. Is that right?
Throughout my time, I think, at the Post Office, my roles and responsibilities didn't change.
Okay. I think you say you weren't happy with that title, though. Is that right? And why is that?
My immediate answer to that would be I didn't think it described quite what my job role was. My job role was, a small part of my job role was the IT, with a CIO or an IT director, as we know them today, in situ and managing that on a day-to-day basis. I had, as we briefly covered earlier, responsibility for all of the core programs, change programs, and I'm not talking about IT change. I'm talking about changes to the network, changes to the property portfolio, all of the change programs reported to me at the executive level, with Neil Innes at the time being my direct report for that. I had CVIT, the cash vehicles in transit. Post Office, I think, still remains the largest mover of physical cash in the country. It's a very, very large enterprise with depots right the way through the UK, and some significant fleet that backs that up on a day-by-day type basis. And then I had a number of other elements that sat alongside that. So it was quite a broad remit. And a small part of my time was spent on the IT, and I've talked about that in my statement. It did grow with Horizon Online, but it still relied very heavily on my direct report chain to keep me abreast of anything that they thought I should be aware of, so that I could lend my support and supervision at POL board, at the POL executive team, and across that large mandate.
Now, a few months later, in October 2010, you were promoted to the job of Chief Operations Officer. Is that correct?
It is, but by way of an explanation, at the time when Alan Cook left, and for me, Alan Cook left relatively quickly, to a point where I think most of the executive team that were in situ didn't really have much of an opportunity to say cheerio. As we all know, David Smith, former Parcel Force, came in as an interim managing director. And at that time, David, he didn't explain to me, though I asked, had promoted or given Paula Reynolds the title of Chief Operating Officer. You can't be an operations director and have a chief operating officer without some people drawing some conclusions and looking at how that all works together. So I had the debate with David Smith, and he said, "What title do you want?" Because chief operating officer's Paula's, and frankly, that's done. And I chose what I thought would best get me through, if you like, in the interim, but it wasn't truly reflective of the role as I've described. Much later on, as David Smith leaves the Post Office and then goes into Group to pick up a new role in Royal Mail Group, Paula becomes the managing director. I wasn't aware that that was going to happen, but clearly things had moved to a point where that took place. And a little later down the road, Paula suggested that I then become the Chief Operating Officer. But through that entire journey, from Operations Director to Chief Technology and Services Director, and even Chief Operating Officer, my roles and responsibilities didn't change. There was a significant program that took the best part of my final year at Post Office to complete, which was essentially manage the negotiation on behalf of the Post Office as it related to separation from Royal Mail Group. And that was, 3 or 4 days a week to bring that to fruition over a 12-month period. And during that time, in that mainstay, that's when I was the Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you. So just dealing briefly then with the circumstances of your departure, in March 2012, you were informed by Paula Reynolds, then Managing Director, that you would not be sitting on the board post-separation, you say, and that your title would no longer remain Chief Operating Officer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You say you decided to leave. At that stage, as you regarded that as a demotion?
It's difficult in career terms to go from one title to another title, to Chief Operating Officer, to then go back to another title, which may very well have been Operations Director. The mandate, I'm going to presume, was not likely to stay the same. In fairness to Paula, I had more than hinted the separation negotiation that I was undertaking was likely to be my last big effort for the Post Office. So I think there were a number of people that knew that it wasn't my intent to stay. I think I'd given my all over 4 years for Post Office and wanted to move on to something different. So when the dialogue took place in a one-to-one with Paula, we rapidly came to an agreement on how that might work. But certainly going from Chief Operating Officer back to Operations Director, and then some sort of restructure, which inevitably would have taken place based on separation. It would have seen less of a remit, and candidly, I wanted to leave on a high, having delivered the separation agreement and having that title.
And then just to bring that summary of your roles and responsibilities at Post Office to conclusion, you ultimately left in April 2012, is that right?
I physically left in the second week of March, but contractually left, yes, around that date.
I'd like to rewind then to when you first joined the Post Office in 2008 and your knowledge and understanding of the Horizon system that was in place at the time. So the version of Horizon which was running in the Post Office at the time you joined was Legacy Horizon, is that correct?
That is correct.
In your statement, you make some general comments about your attitude to Legacy Horizon. I wonder if we could bring that up, please, at WITN 111 30100. Thank you. Page 10, paragraph 30, please. You say this. During my first 3 years, I spent a lot of my time visiting Post Office branches, getting a feel for everyone's morale and trying to see whether there were strategies we could implement to help. Nothing in the branches was reported to me that indicated there was something fundamentally wrong with Legacy Horizon or Horizon Online. Still to this day, I'm unaware of an identified part of Horizon code that someone can point to show that Horizon is fundamentally flawed. I believe an effective IT system requires not only good technology, but that technology needs to be wrapped in good processes and training for all users. Like any IT system, they all have, you've used the term BEDS, that's bugs, errors, and defects, is that right? Requiring fixes or updates. Now, I just want to clarify, if I can, what it is exactly that you're seeking to convey here. The first comment you make, in effect, is that nothing was brought to your attention in those early years that suggested Legacy Horizon was fundamentally flawed. That's
correct.
Fair? But you knew from your previous roles that all systems have bugs, errors, and defects.
That stands true today with any system.
And therefore, like any other system, you would have expected Legacy Horizon to have some bugs that required fixing. Is that fair?
It's difficult to comment over something you're not aware of. So you can just take a step back for a moment. So on arriving at POL, I was taken through, I think my statement makes it clear, about an hour's worth of training and overview of Horizon. I was given a fairly thorough brief by the then IT director, Mr. Smith or Dave Smith, on how it was operating across the branch network. And for those people that know Horizon, an hour is not a great deal of time. So no one in the course of that introduction in the model office within what was then the headquarters of Post Office indicated any flaws with the system. Operating issues, I want to be clear of what I mean by that. So no one mentioned any beds, but they did mention blue screens and network-related issues in branch which caused particular problems. But as part of that dialogue, I was also briefed on the fact that Horizon Online, HNGX in other terms, had already been planned for and was already contractualized with Fujitsu. So its replacement was already in swing, with Fujitsu already undertaking to write the code for that new system. So I arrive, I'm given a brief overview of Horizon and an hour's worth of training in the model office via the IT director. I'm told how the contract works to a degree in very short measure. And I'm told that the future of Horizon has already been embedded into a contract that lasts till 2015. But Horizon Online sought to deal with the operating issues that were felt across a number of branches in the network. But at no time in that dialogue was there any mention, I mean, the one that I think the inquiry has picked up on and I've seen since the inquiry has come about is the Calendar Square issue as an example. No one took me through that or made any indication that we were suffering with any type of bed that was core to the code of Horizon. And the fact that the network was very expansive at that time, it isn't the size it is now. It was 12, 13,000 branches. You know, if there were significant issues in the Horizon code, they would have aired themselves in some form or other in a more expansive way across the entire network. And that clearly wasn't the case when I arrived.
You've mentioned, Mr. Young, the Calendar Square bug, which you say wasn't brought to your attention during your early briefings on Horizon. Is that right?
In the introduction, yes.
Do you think you should have been told that there was a known software bug in Legacy Horizon which was capable of causing receipts and payment mismatches, of which the Post Office was aware?
I'm hesitating only from the point of view that clearly in the eyes of the Post Office, certainly David Smith, it was in his rearview mirror and had long gone by the time I arrived 2 years later. Would I have expected to have been told? Had I been in his shoes, I would have said there was a significant bug. It was addressed. This was the form of it. But to date, since then, it's clean running. I would have expected it, but it didn't come.
Dealing with what Mr. Smith did say to you, you addressed this at paragraph 41. Please, if we could turn to that on page 14. Thank you. So you say there, you refer at the top to 2 issues. Those are the hardware issues to which you've just referred, the blue screen freezes and the ISDN internet connection. And you say that the 2 issues described were not linked to criminal prosecutions. You go on to say, however, I was aware of complaints about the integrity of Legacy Horizon by some of the postmasters. I recall speaking to Smith, so that's David Smith, the head of Change and IS, is that right? There are, of course, 2 David Smiths, so we just want to be clear. But is that correct? You're talking here about him.
That is correct. It was confusing for me at the time.
You recall speaking to him about the allegations when you joined the Post Office. You say, from memory, I believe he assured me verbally that there was nothing wrong with Horizon and nothing to worry about, or words to that effect. Now, I just want to explore with you briefly what you understood Mr. Smith to be saying about Legacy Horizon. And I think there are 2 well, there may be more, but 2 possible readings of this. One is that he was telling you that there were no faults in Legacy Horizon which might explain the accounting errors about which sub-postmasters were complaining. But another possibility is that he was saying, more like all systems, Legacy Horizon had some faults, but these were being appropriately managed. What did you understand him to be saying to you at the time? Was it the first or the second of these? Or indeed something else entirely?
So, something slightly different. There wasn't an in-depth discussion about some sub-postmasters complaining about Horizon. So it wasn't a 10-minute, 5-minute discussion around that. I remember him saying that some sub-postmasters have historically complained about the system. And I didn't draw too much of a conclusion from that, other than I thought it was related to both the ISDN issue, the networking branch, as well as the blue screen type problems that occurred as part of that process. So I asked, are we talking about the operational type issues that sometimes occur in branch? He said yes and no. Some people blame the system when they're caught out. And I asked, what do you mean by caught out? When they may be stealing from the branch, was where the conversation went. But it didn't, I didn't hang on that. And candidly, neither did he.
What you said here is that he gave you a verbal assurance that there was nothing wrong with Legacy Horizon. But does it not follow that that's not entirely inconsistent? That's not entirely consistent with what you yourself understood about IT systems at the time, which is that they're all liable to have some bugs, errors, and defects. And in your words, the issue is how you deal with that.
So, at the time that Dave Smith was taking me through that process in the model office, there were no issues with the system from a code point of view. So there was nothing suggested that a coding error was causing problems in branches. I want to be clear about that. So we didn't go down that route. I've made already clear that he didn't mention the calendar square issue. He largely emphasised the operational frailties of the legacy Horizon system, and talked to some postmasters suggesting the system was at fault when they were prosecuted for theft.
Did you make any inquiries of Mr. Smith about the end-to-end processes which were in place to manage any bugs, errors and defects that were detected in Legacy Horizon?
We did that much later on in the practicalities. This, in my first weeks at the post office, there were a number of people I had to see and be introduced to, including at Royal Mail Group. So as I became more familiar with the architecture, as I got to grips with some of the contractual arrangements with Fujitsu, they were pieces of work that were done over a number of months as you start to get a sense of your whole mandate and what that means. It was a very, very big mandate, and there were lots of calls on my time. So invariably, some of this homework, for want of better words, was as I've suggested, homework. You took it home and you ran through it with a fine-tooth comb. Did I understand the way the help desk and other functionality worked around Horizon? In broad terms, the answer to that is yes.
What do you recall? So you say that that's a topic that you dealt with a little later when you were dealing with practicalities. What do you recall being told about the end-to-end processes that were in place as between within Fujitsu, but also as between Fujitsu and Post Office to investigate accounting discrepancies?
To investigate what, sorry?
Accounting discrepancies.
I don't think I ever, in those early days, in fact, I'm trying to think across the stretch of the 4 years, did we, I'm sure we're going to come to the Horizon Online early pilot issues, but I don't think I ever went into a conversation with Dave Smith looking at the end-to-end process, or with Fujitsu, where the start of the conversation was about accountancy or data mismatches, because it had been made clear to me by both entities, both Fujitsu, Dave Smith and the support teams, that Fujitsu, Horizon were all working within the limits of the contract and within the limits of the SLAs. And so no one was raising their hand to suggest we had I'll call it a code issue on Horizon, or an anomaly that might relate to code, that might be causing a mismatch in some form or other.
You've just said that you were given assurances by Fujitsu that there were no significant issues, coding problems that might lead to accounting discrepancies. Who within Fujitsu gave you those assurances?
In order to answer that question, I think it's probably best to frame how I elected to run the relationship with Fujitsu. So, and I think my statement makes it clear, but I'll spell it out. So, I didn't have the time, candidly, the time it deserved, certainly, to run down everything in IT. That's largely why we had an IT director, CIO, and a big team, a fairly sizable team for what essentially is an outsourced solution. It's a service. The contract made it clear that we didn't own the IP to the code, and some of the conversations I had with a Gavin Bounds or a Duncan Tate at Fujitsu made that quite clear. The code's ours. You own the service because you pay for that, but you don't pay for the code. I had a particular view on that, but I can't argue that the contract supported their stance. So I found it, I managed the relationship on the basis that I would deal with the top tier management when there was an escalation, and I would clearly get closer to Fujitsu as it related to Horizon Online, which was coming down the road, and build a relationship on that basis. But I wanted the IT director, CIO, to have responsibility for running the day-to-day and the day-to-day end-to-end. So, the CIO and IT director didn't have responsibility for training. That largely settled with our network branch colleagues, but they did have responsibility for some of the help desk and technical type aspects of the service. And I wanted the IT director and the CEO to manage that, because candidly, if I'd been in their shoes, that's the way I would have wanted to run it. So the way we had it framed very early on was that I would basically ring the top echelon of Fujitsu if leverage was required to get things resolved, or to talk through strategic type themes that the IT director and I were aligned to. But they were there to run the relationship on a day-to-day basis, including any operational impediments that may occur along the journey. And I think the disclosure documents provided as part of the inquiry support that framework.
The answer you've just given suggests that you weren't ever given any direct assurances by employees of Fujitsu as to the robustness or integrity of the code in legacy Horizon. Would that be correct?
Let me apologise. I should have answered your question because I went off a slight tangent there. I think you've seen it in some of the documents, but certainly I had a bullish relationship with Fujitsu. I demanded excellence, and if I thought there were shortcomings, I wasn't immune from making it quite clear that I was unhappy. And again, taking the discovery document process as a whole, I think that theme comes through. So I would regularly, where there was an operational issue, if we go to Horizon Online as a classic example, when I'm made aware of the 2 Oracle issues that we know to be Oracle issues now, and had to wait some time to find them during the pilot, I'll use words my mother would say. I gave Fujitsu pretty short shrift and said these need sorting out really, really quickly. In between those times where there may have been operational imperatives that we were dealing with, change that went in badly, hardware failures that may have happened in the data center, I was constantly asking the question, you know, does the system work the way you would expect it to? The service seems to work for us, etc., etc. And as the media played out around the integrity of Horizon, those messages back to Fujitsu got sharper, and they got sharper. A lot of communication via the telephone, but also some communication, as you see in the disclosure documents, by email and by letter, to ask that very question and demand some sort of discovery process over what essentially was 2/3 new code in Horizon Online.
With respect to you, Mr. Young, I don't think you have, in fact, answered my question, which was, we'll come to Horizon Online shortly, but I understood your evidence a short time ago to be that, so far as you were concerned, you'd received assurances, both from David Smith, but also from Fujitsu, that Legacy Horizon was operating fine. And what I wanted to establish was whether you were given any direct personal assurances by Fujitsu concerning the operation of Legacy Horizon. Do you recall whether that is the case or not?
Two names that spring to mind in terms of that dialogue, Stephen Long and Gavin Bounds. And it wasn't one conversation, it was probably several over the tenure.
And from those individuals, you understood that all was well?
I want to be clear. In the context of a conversation with Fujitsu around where things were, I had, as part of that conversation, whether it was in their offices, visiting their sites, which I did periodically, I had a conversation of Horizon Legacy, and even after the delivery of Horizon Online.
Thank you. So if we move on, please, to the pilot of Horizon Online, you explain in your statement that you became aware of several bugs, errors, and defects that were identified. That is to say, the problems manifested during the rollout of the pilot. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
These faults had caused service interruptions and delays which required the rollout to be paused. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, you said on more than one occasion in your statement that you were not concerned about the existence of bugs, errors, and defects per se, and that the key issue for you was how they're being handled. Is that fair?
That's correct.
I think you say that's particularly so in a pilot period where you might expect to experience more problems, more faults than in live operation.
Correct.
Now, you explain in your statement that for some considerable time, Fujitsu were unable to identify the underlying root cause of the problems that were being experienced during the pilot. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And you say that you were sufficiently concerned about the situation that you considered rolling back the pilot and reverting to Legacy Horizon. Is that right?
That's correct. I did say that. I would like to point out that a rollback would have been extremely difficult and caused any number of problems. So part of your thinking when you're going through that process is, do I cause more problems by rolling back than trying to persist and roll forward? And you're constantly evaluating on what you're being told and the data sets you've got to work with as a consequence. But certainly, had Horizon Online seen a more elongated timeline around dealing with what we now know as those Oracle bugs, we would seriously have had to consider rolling back.
Do you recall when it was that the Oracle bugs, well, obviously I think you didn't know initially that they were Oracle bugs. We'll come on to look at when that was discovered. But when the problems first manifested themselves in the pilot, do you recall precisely when that was brought to your attention? I say precisely in terms of months.
I mean, through the disclosure via the inquiry process and the documents that were provided to me, March 2010 is around the time frame. So between February and March, a data mismatch was being aired. And as I understand it, and I knew it was small numbers, in comparison to the network as a whole, I think there were at the time 62 affected branches.
We'll come on to some of that detail shortly, but you say that in your statement, you say that it was in March 2010 that you learned that the underlying root cause of the faults, the bugs, were a fault in the Oracle database software. So that's consistent with what you've just, well, that's slightly different in the sense that March 2010 was when the problem was, the underlying root cause was identified. My question to you was, do you recall how long it took Fujitsu to identify that underlying root cause from the point at which it was brought to your attention that these faults were manifesting to March 2010?
It was a number of weeks. Can I be specific? No, but it was a number of weeks. In my world, it was too long, and there was a lot of telephone communication from me to the CEO at Fujitsu around where his sense was on finding the issue and mitigating it. Again, as you're evaluating the continuing rollout versus a rollback, those conversations were pretty much an imperative. There is no doubt about it that from the point it had been identified to the point that, as in we've got an issue, to the point that we've got, it looks like it's bug related and some form of potential resolution from Fujitsu. In my mind, it took way too long, and not in my world, in my tech world, not the normal time frame for resolution around a software bug. I had a viewpoint that suggested, as it was coded related, find the issue in the code, and then someone goes into that code and fixes it almost overnight. And as we know now today, digital systems are done that way today, right down to your iPhone. So I had a viewpoint then that it should be days, not weeks, and this took way too long. So I can't be specific about the date, but my general take at the time and a feeling I have now is it took way too long to address.
I'd like to ask you, I just wish to clarify, please, what you say about these two bugs at paragraph 46 of your statement. So that's at the bottom of page 15 and over the page to page 16, please. If we could bring that up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, that's excellent. You explained there, as it was in March 2010, you learnt that the faults causing the service interruptions and delays during the pilot were two different Oracle bugs, that being faults in the Oracle database software. You then say this, the two Oracle bugs, errors, defects, caused a data mismatch. And you say, therefore, I still maintain that there was fundamentally nothing wrong with the system. Can you just please explain what you mean by that? Why is it that there being a data mismatch meant there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the system?
I've been in the technology world for a long time, and I've rolled out probably thousands of systems. I guess the point I'm trying to make as part of that process is, when you're in a pilot, you're going to have problems. I've never known a pilot in any rollout of any system not have some sort of associated issues with it. And again, I'm going to make the point, today you can be given a new phone, and within weeks it will have a software update. It's dealing essentially with bugs that have come to light that weren't seen or hadn't come to light in a test type process. This was no different on Horizon Online. I knew that providing we could identify the nature of the bugs, that we could address that software. It's still in pilot. It's not in May rollout, and at the point the bugs were found, rollout stopped. So, you know, I'm in a place as the executive in charge of IT with my CIO. We're in charge of a process that, if you like, is half pregnant, and we've got to work out what we do next. And part of my worry was we needed to have some assurity from Fujitsu that they could deal with the bugs once they'd identified them, and that we could get back into smooth running. I look at that process, rightly or wrongly, but certainly from my point of view and from my experience, I look at that process as relatively the norm in rolling out a pilot. And this was a pilot. It wasn't a great start to a pilot, and there were lots of communications both to the poll board and my executive colleagues and to Royal Mail Group as a consequence. And there were ramifications around some of that communication. But I still felt relatively confident that, having identified the bugs, the mitigations would address it, and we'd be back to safe waters. And therefore, fundamentally, I had faith in the system.
So just to be clear, because the way it's written, it perhaps could be read in a number of different ways. But I think what you're saying is the mere fact that a bug had caused a data mismatch did not in itself mean that there was something fundamentally wrong with the system. Is that what it is you're saying?
That would be a better way of interpreting my answer, yes.
Now, I'd like please to look at some correspondence that you had with Duncan Tate, who was then Managing Director for the Private Sector Division at Fujitsu in May 2010. That's at FUJ 000955658, please. Thank you. So this is a letter from you. We'll see when we get to the bottom, but it's a letter from you to Mr. Tate, dated 10th of May 2010. It reads, Dear Duncan, recently members of the Post Office executive team met with some of your group executive colleagues to review our current standing on our Fujitsu contract. The purpose of this meeting was twofold. One, to review the current situation of the HNGX programme, and secondly, to review the Fujitsu contract as a whole. These types of review follow best practice and are common within the group where there's a significant reliance on a partner and or supplier. Thank you. You then say this, and this culminates in your request for what you describe as an open book approach. You say it was recognised during this review process that our relationship with Fujitsu is of long standing, has thus far proved fruitful to both parties and continues to play a pivotal role in the successful delivery of Post Office products and services. There were several areas where we believe there's room for improvement that would allow us to follow best practice and further reinforce confidence in delivery. You then say this, there remains a concern that with the long-running rollout of HNGX and the fact that you are already contractually realising our savings, that this may be too onerous and may be affecting the profitability of the contract. Just pausing there, what exactly did you mean by that? The concern that Fujitsu were realising savings. And
there was a significant saving to the Post Office for rolling out Horizon Online, 50 million. It was important to our cost base in the eternal endeavour of the Post Office to get to self-supporting, and the contract in place with Fujitsu had to not only deliver Horizon Online, but it had to deliver those efficiencies. What I'm trying to convey as part of that language in there was, I was worried that they didn't have enough expert resources managing this important program. In other words, they'd leaned it out in order to realise efficiencies, they'd cut costs themselves, and there weren't enough expert resources to deal with the bugs or other related issues that may come out from pilot. And I'm making that point as part of that process. And I'm asking him to go open book, which is rare, but it basically means show me your costs and your resource plan so I can see what I'm paying for. They're not duty bound to do that, but I thought it was a request worth putting to them. I should emphasise that the issues related in the early pilot brought, concerns, not significant concerns, but certainly concerns both to my executive colleagues and the board, and later on at Royal Mail Group Board when Alan Cook was presenting where the post office was with its strategy. He had to update the board with regards to where HNGX was in terms of its rollout. And as a consequence of that, Alan and I had a conversation around the outputs from our own executive colleagues, some of the questions that were asked in the Royal Mail Group type process at that board meeting, and we agreed that I would sit down with the group CIO at Royal Mail Group and the General Counsel of Royal Mail Group, just to discuss the Fujitsu contract, where things were, and what we might be able to do collectively at a group level to bring pressure to bear on Fujitsu to take us through a successful pilot and subsequent rollout. There's a big risk, both in terms of being able to deal with customers in the branch network with this new program, and also that 50 million in inefficiencies.
And just to be clear, it was those discussions you've just described that led to the sending of this letter. Is that correct? We see that reference in your first paragraph.
In the three of us sitting down, I agreed that I would take the overall concerns, and we talked about what those might look like, and write a letter to Fujitsu. I probably ought to, because it would probably be helpful to, to the inquiry to know, if they don't already. Fujitsu, we were Fujitsu's major client in the UK. I think their biggest client in the UK, certainly one of the top two. They had an ambition, a significant ambition, to grow the account into Royal Mail Group. If you'll note in some of the communication between Pol and from Fujitsu to Pol, it's usually someone that signs off with Royal Mail Group account executive or whatever the case may be. And the reality is Royal Mail Group wasn't taking anything in terms of a service from Fujitsu. It was Pol and it was Horizon. But there was a drive to seek further revenues from Royal Mail Group. And my sitting down with the General Counsel and with the CIO of Royal Mail Group, and then formulating this letter and making clear the type of entities that had been involved in the formulation of the letter, was a way of applying pressure to them that suggested, again, in the interest of keeping it short and candid, get your act together here, because if you have got ambitions with Royal Mail Group, we as a whole are very unhappy. And we need you to show us that you are manned up with the right resources to deliver what we expect it to do. And we want some assurance that you're also going to give us our efficiencies. And as the letter further states, we want some assurance that the code around Horizon Online works as it should do.
So we see there, as you say, in addition to your request for an open book, in the third paragraph, you say that that you'd like access to executive correspondence within Fujitsu relating to a recent red alert. And you go on to say, additionally, we'd like you to consider bringing in a qualified independent party and asking them to review and audit how the current program is running, as well as testing resource and skill levels both on the program and other key initiatives underway at Fujitsu. As you said just now, you explained in your statement that the reason why you in particular, I think, but possibly others, felt it was necessary to request an independent review was that you had concerns about the quality of the code in Horizon Online. Is that correct?
Yes. It's one of the only times, there may have been one other time, where I formally wrote a letter to Fujitsu rather than a phone call or even an email. I wanted it, I wanted it to have a tone and a feeling that it was Royal Mail Group Board, Pol Board, and Pol Executive challenging Fujitsu to step up to the plate.
Now, you don't receive a response from Mr. Tate until the 29th of June 2010, and that comes into you by email. We can see that at FUJ 000096312, please. So if we scroll down, please, to the second page. Thank you. So we can see at the top the date of the email, 26th of June 2010. And the subject is response to your letter. So that's the letter of the 10th of May we were just looking at a short time ago. He says to you, "Dear Mike, thank you for your letter. We've recently been having similar meetings and have come to similar conclusions in the governance area. We'd like to support your initiative and formalise into the contract a periodic, ongoing senior level relationship review and a more operational level board at which the current governance relationships in the contract come together." He then says that's been taken forward. If we then look down, please, to the third paragraph, he says, "Since your letter, I'm extremely pleased with the progress that's been made. We've located the source of the troubles and taken steps to rectify the issues, and we've now recommenced the pilot. Currently, counters running on HNGX stand at just under 20% of the estate. We're now rolling out at about the maximum levels originally envisaged with no further sign of the problems that initiated our discussions." He goes on to say, "The cause of the issues, as you've already alluded to, that delayed the high-volume pilot were deficiencies with the Oracle product code." And he says, "Oracle's confirmed this, that the issue's been resolved. I'm sure this conclusion will have restored your confidence in Fujitsu and both our team's ability to deliver this program." He then goes on to say this, "As a result, I think it makes sense to allow our teams to maintain focus on the remainder of the pilot and the full rollout phase. As you appreciate, with all complex major programs, there will be issues to deal with. At this crucial phase, we can see no benefit and will not be pursuing a third-party review." So in essence, he rejects that proposal in your letter of May 2010 to carry out a review. We can see your response to him, please, at page 1. And you say this, "Duncan, thank you for your response to my letter. It won't surprise you to learn that I'm somewhat disappointed that it took so long to formally reply to my correspondence of the 10th of May, and with the apparent sea change on approach to some of our concerns." So you go on, you effectively then go on to say, "My understanding from our weekly calls was that you had taken advice from KPMG as to how you could go open book with us, and therefore didn't foresee a problem in doing so. On the issue of having a qualified independent party audit to evaluate Fujitsu program execution, along with staffing levels and skill base, I've been briefed that you've spoken to several entities to pursue this endeavour. Indeed, I was told you were close to agreeing terms with one of these. Additionally, in our calls, you will recall that I'd asked whether there was a possibility of the Post Office owning the terms of reference. And again, this was something you were going to strongly consider. As it stands now, I feel I've been led down a journey of a number of months just so that you can say no. This doesn't reflect well on our relationship and will not be well received in the next review. It's quite clear, I think, from reading that email that you had understood from your conversations with Mr. Tate, firstly, that he was willing to undertake that third-party review that you'd requested. Is that correct?
Yes.
and that you'd felt that you'd been rather strung along by him to only be told many weeks later that it wouldn't be taking place.
I was pretty angry at the response.
Did you take any steps to escalate this issue and to insist upon an independent review of Horizon Online at that stage?
So certainly the poll board, the executive team and Royal Mail Group were aware of the interchange here because all those parties had played a part in bringing it together. So what perhaps, in order to be a little bit more helpful, perhaps what this letter and response don't quite show is that there were 2 or 3 phone calls that went between the letter and the response. Duncan and some of his team were of the view that we had signed up to a service, and the service was working in its given parameters within the contract, and I couldn't argue that, and that Horizon Online was in pilot, and again his response around 20% of the network starts to allude to that point. I thought candidly that we had a better relationship than that. I'd known Duncan in my job when I was at Verizon as the CIO there, and I thought he would recognise what I was having to deal with in terms of the pressure around Horizon Online and the oversight that the whole thing was under from Royal Mail Group through to the poll board, and therefore I was expecting a little bit more of a collegiate attitude from Duncan than I got. There were several calls where I made that quite clear. And Duncan made clear that he didn't think there was anything wrong with Horizon. There wouldn't be isn't anything wrong with Horizon Online. I was getting the line of, we run algorithms against the code. We're constantly looking for anomalies. You should take assurance from that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My response would be, if you went open book and demonstrated some of that, I'd be able to see it. I can't naturally, having taken so long to deal with the 2 Oracle issues, I can't take you at your word. And they were pretty strong conversations. And ultimately, the only takeaway I took from those conversations and from this interchange was that, it's our IP and we don't want to share it. We own the intellectual property rights around the code. You have no right to see it. And you have no right really to insist that we review our own code. I didn't agree with that. I've never agreed with that. But it gives you a sense of where Fujitsu were in their thinking versus where I was and several of my team, including, in fairness to Leslie Sewell, the CIO at the post office. So, if there's one overriding message, don't see this as a one-off letter and reply. There was a lot of communication that sat round it at all levels, and whenever the opportunity allowed, I would interject with, we need to start looking at the system. You'll note, I do want to draw a conclusion in case we don't get there. I do want to make a point. One of the last documents I provide just before I exit post office is a noting paper, I think, to the poll board. And then there's a poll board, there's 2 documents, where I actually ask, I think we're set for, I'm sure we'll get there, but I think we're set for a proper end-to-end review. And there were a lot of reasons around that, but some of this was catch up to that. And then there's another point, Martin Moran, who had been brought on to run the white label telecoms product that Post Office was marketing at the time, sat down with me. It was another one of my objectives, to sit down with Fujitsu to use Fujitsu as a means of taking their pricing power together, a great telecoms contract out of BT. They're a big entity, so they'd get better discounts. And we were trying to move away from talk. So, but in the course of that dialogue, one of the things that I pushed was, if we do this telephony contract with you, Fujitsu, I want the rights and the IP to the code for Horizon. And I asked for that specifically to be written in, so that issue around the IP of Horizon could be taken off the table. If I own those rights, now I have a right to look at my code, because I've got those now contractualized as a side product from agreeing a telephony contract with you. And Martin Moran makes that clear in one of the board papers that was in the discovery process. But the point I'm trying to make is, that was me at that negotiating table with Martin saying, we'd like the IP. I just needed that final segment to take away the point of, you don't own the IP, we own the IP, you've got a service.
And so just to wrap up where we are at the end of June 2010, you've been sufficiently concerned about the quality of the Horizon code to request an independent review of Fujitsu, but Mr. Tate, standing on his contractual rights, has said it's not going to happen.
Indeed.
So moving forward then, please, 1 month later, questions are raised in the press about the integrity of Horizon in reporting by Channel 4. Do you remember that?
I do.
That reporting prompted David Smith, so a different David Smith, this is the Managing Director of Post Office, to request an internal investigation into complaints about Horizon. Is that correct?
You're referring to the Isme report?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to please look at some correspondence relating to that request and which ultimately flowed into what we know as the Isme report. It bears the reference POL 001204881, please. Thank you. So this is an email from Mark Burley to you and Sue Higgins. Just to clarify, what was your relationship in terms of reporting? What was the relationship in terms of reporting as between you and Mark Burley?
Mark reported to Leslie Sewell. David Smith, the CIO or IT director, has retired. I went out into the marketplace to recruit a CIO that had financial services experience. That's where we were going with some of our product and services set, because I didn't have it, and David Smith, the now retired IT director, didn't have it. So I went out and recruited Leslie Sewell as part of that process. She was the ex-managing director of IT for Northern Rock, the bank at the time. So Mark Burley reported to Leslie, and his job was to roll out Horizon Online.
Now, he addresses his email to you and Sue Higgins. It's not necessary to go through the full chain, but it originates with a request from David Smith, essentially raising a series of questions prompted by the Channel 4, the proposed Channel 4 report. And Mark provides some answers to those, and in this email we see some additional points that he wishes to draw to your attention and the attention of Sue Huggins. I just want to scroll down, please, to look at a couple of those points. He refers at point 1 to the fact that the system has been designed to retain integrity even when it fails. And he said this is important, as we'd never claim the system doesn't fail. That's a point he makes further down in the email. At point 2, he refers to 3 cases of which he's aware: Cleverleys, Castleton, and Alderley Edge. He goes on to say this at point 3. None of the sub-postmasters dismissed for discrepancies have, to my knowledge, produced any hard evidence. However, in the past, Post Office Limited hasn't always tabled the evidence from the audit logs. Now, dealing with that first point, as to the fact that sub-postmasters hadn't produced hard evidence that accounting discrepancies for which they'd been held liable had been caused by faults in Horizon. With your police officer's hat on, did you think it was right that the burden of proof would rest on sub-postmasters to show that Horizon was at fault in causing these accounting discrepancies?
No.
Did that stand out to you at the time as an issue, do you recall?
Did that sound... Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, did that jump out at you at the time as a problem, that sub-postmasters were being required to produce evidence, that the onus was on them to do so?
I don't know, to be honest, at the time. I refreshed my memory, I guess, like most witnesses, when the discovery documents were given to me. So when I was refreshing my memory, did that spring out to me? But I did know the inquiry was ongoing. The answer is yes. But I'm not sure whether I did at the time or not. I just don't recall. I suspect it probably did.
And if it did, what, if anything, would you have done about that?
I didn't do anything, I don't think. It's just a suspicion. To your point, my previous employment as a police officer would have taken me down that road. It's not by no means an excuse, but when you're inundated with 300 or 400 emails a day, and you've got the world before you in terms of what you've got to deliver, you can't pick up on every nuance in an email, if I'm being candid.
He goes on to say at point 3, we've looked at, in the past, Paul hasn't always tabled the evidence from the audit logs. Was that something that you were aware of at the time? No.
So it's through a number of iterations of emails that, again, were part of the disclosure. I start to piece together, since the inquiry's been underway, just how some of these things were coming to, were coming into being, how some of the prosecutions were working through. It's. I'm trying to avoid it. Candidly, I didn't know that that's what we were doing.
What Mr. Burley appears to be conceding at this point is that although postmasters haven't been able to prove that the discrepancies are caused by Horizon, Post Office hasn't bothered to check whether that's in fact the case. Is that a fair reading? Sorry, in every case, it isn't the case that Post Office has checked that...
One of the things that I am...
date.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
One of the things I'm aware of within the Fujitsu contract is that the retrieval of data from Fujitsu was a cost service. It was an additional cost type service. And there was, as part of the contract that I inherited, there was a set sum put to one side to draw data from Fujitsu as and when. And when you exceeded that amount in a given year, you then paid more. So I'm not sure whether that point is related to, we don't do it in every prosecution because there's a cost associated to it and it's not required. I simply, when I read that part of the email, I didn't know we had got down to audit logs. In fact, it wasn't till later on, and some of that through the Isme report, that I took on board the point that some sub-postmasters were being done for false accounting as opposed to theft. And, from my policeman days, I understand the difference between both and the proof of evidence that's required to prove both. So I gradually got to realise the system is playing a more integral part in the prosecution process than I perhaps originally might have known in my first year of service at the post office, as an example.
And you attribute that understanding to reading the Isme report, is that right?
Some of it, but there were, you got the best way of describing it is you got glimpses of it, perhaps in a board meeting, in an executive meeting where a particular prosecution was being talked about because it had raised a flag in some form or other. You're not party to the conversation other than you're a set of ears around the table, and you pick up a little bit of what might be going on. As you do that and you start to see the email flow where some of this starts to eke itself out, you're starting to get a better sense of what's happening. And then, of course, the Isme report is the first time, for me personally, you sit there and you start to see a large component of that talking about, in some detail, some of the prosecutions and the nature of those prosecutions. And the sensitivity as such was such that I didn't, other than through with Leslie Salt, I didn't pass to anyone else in my DR team because I thought it was very sensitive data. But it's through a drip type process that you start to get a sense of what's being done on the prosecution side, because I wasn't being told, and I wasn't seeking, because I'd been told not to, via John Scott or Susan Crichton or via the Royal Mail Group process, which is even further away from where I might sit.
And so is it right to understand that from reading the Isme report, you understood firstly that Horizon data was being used by the Post Office to support and to evidence, for example, an offence of false accounting in the prosecutions that were being brought against postmasters? That is to say that data from Horizon had a role in the prosecutions brought against sub-postmasters?
Yes.
And that you also understood that the integrity of that data was therefore essential to the safety of those prosecutions. Would that have been apparent to you from reading Mr. Isme's report?
Yes. And I do think my statement does say in some part that having a statement from a distinguished engineer or someone from Fujitsu that talks about data that's under their management, even with an audit log, is in my view not independent. I would have expected to see in prosecutions of this nature an independent expert commenting on Horizon data and audit logs. It felt a little, as you're drawn into it from the edges, it felt a little like poachers turned gamekeepers, and it didn't fit well with me as a former police officer. Wasn't truly independent.
Now, just to be clear, are you saying that you understood from Mr. Isme's report that Fujitsu were providing expert evidence in support of?
I understood that there was some, I can't remember if it was directly from the Isme report, but it's on that drip type basis. One of my conclusions was that some of the evidence that was being provided to around Horizon and subsequent prosecutions wasn't, in my opinion, an independent expert that knew the system and therefore could talk to it to any great degree. It was someone in Fujitsu, and for me, that's not independent.
Having identified that as a concern, did you raise that with anybody within the executive team of the Post Office? Or indeed raise concerns with your head of security, who was giving instructions to the criminal law team? I
can't recall. The likelihood is no. I was clearly told, let the process be the process.
I'd like to briefly look at what you say your reaction was on reading the Isme report. That's at paragraph 92 of your statement, please. Thank you. So you say this, the Isme report confirmed that the system was not flawed. The report analysed some of the more high-profile prosecutions that were highlighted in the media, and his report determined that the information evidence used in these cases were reliable. At the time, the Isme report solidified my view that there was not a technical problem with Horizon. Now, that report was sent to you in early August 2010, is that correct?
It is.
So that's really barely a month, or less than 2 months after your exchanges with Mr. Tate have concluded, rather unsatisfactorily, concerning a review of Horizon, a review of the Code of Horizon Online. It might be thought surprising that you took such great comfort from the Isme report, given the extent of concerns you had about the Horizon Online and its code.
So the reason I took comfort from the Isme report was I had very few levers that I could pull, contractually or otherwise, with Fujitsu. There wasn't anything I could see, and when I talked to my direct report team, the specifics of those, candidly, that might be working in service delivery, Leslie, those that might be working in other aspects of IT, that have sight of some of the end-to-end Horizon type pieces. When I talked to them, they were in a place where the system was doing what it needed to do and as prescribed by the contract. And every time there was something new, either laid out in the media or otherwise, I would do that round. I would do that round robin. Invariably, there would also be a call or an email that would go into Fujitsu, Duncan, or Gavin Bounds, whoever is usually one of those two, to ask questions. And so I sit here, despite the backwards and forwards communication with Duncan, saying there's little I can do. I can't see anything happening on the system as we're now going into main rollout. And actually, the feedback from the branch network is really positive. I'm not sure what we do next with regards to Horizon. So I want to make that point. And then the Isme report lands, I saw the Isme report as a next best endeavour if you can't get into the code or an end-to-end investigation around the system itself. So, I drew from it, as my statement makes clear, some comfort that in product branch and accounting in Chesterfield, and I knew Rod Isme fairly well as I knew anyone at the post office. I found him to be quite balanced and a fair-minded individual. I took some confidence from his analysis of the whole thing, and it didn't mitigate all of my concerns, but it gave me a boost that, okay, we're not seeing anything on the system. My DR's not seeing anything in the system. The challenge and response process, written or otherwise, with Fujitsu says the system's fine. Now we're through the Oracle type problems. Okay, we're in a better place. It also gave me a window into some of that prosecution type piece. So I drew some comfort from that. Did I have something in my back of my mind that would say, are we ever going to get to a point where we can, get into that code? Then the answer is, yeah, it was always there. So I think it should be. So, but I was always keeping a close eye via Leslie and the team on where the system was systematically, and there was nothing in that process that would draw you to a conclusion, having dealt with the Oracle bugs, that there was a problem. And Isme's report was more or less saying the same thing to a degree, but adding other parts to the process, training, the process itself, and then the prosecution type, small window into the prosecution type piece. So it gave me some measure of comfort going forward, despite the backdrop from the Duncan interplay on looking at the system in detail.
Thank you, sir. That may be a good time to take our morning break. I'm conscious we've been going for an hour and a half now.
Yes, by all means. So, what time should we resume?
Shall we resume at 11:45, please?
Yeah, fine.
Good morning, sir. Yes, still the morning. Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, I'm going to move on now, please, to another topic concerning your knowledge of a bug we know as the receipts and payments mismatch bug. You say in your statement you first became aware of this bug in February 2011, and you attribute your discovery of it to a conversation you had with Leslie Sewell, who by then taken over from David Smith as head of Change and IS. Is that right?
Yep.
Forgive me, you're nodding, but for the purposes
Yes.
of the transcript, thank you.
I've been warned. I should have realised that. So yes.
Thank you. You also refer to an email you received from Mr. Isme, which you describe as downplaying the issue. Is that right?
Yes.
I wonder if we could take a quick look at that, please. It's FUJ 000081545. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the very bottom, please. It's page 4. Thank you. So this is dated 18th of February 2011. The subject, receipts and payments issue, from Mr. Isme to you. Reading Mike, please find attached the paper from Fujitsu that I referred to. In particular, please see the last 2 paras of page 1 and the trial balance on page 13. This suggests that there may have been a prior conversation with Mr. Isme. Do you recall whether you spoke to him orally about the issue?
I agree. It does intimate that, but I can't recall it.
When you say in your statement that he downplayed it, is that a fair reading, do you think, of this short email exchange?
Well, it's the feeling I had. So yes.
Do you recall reading the report that was attached to his email?
No.
Do you think that you would have read it at the time you received
Yes.
it? I wonder if we could pull it up, please, just to see if you recognise it. I believe it is POL 001888387. Do you recognise that document as something that you read at the time?
I do.
Mr. Isme alerted you to the last 2 paragraphs on page 1. If we could scroll down to those, please. So this is in relation to the cause of the problem. It reads, the problem occurs as part of the process of moving discrepancies into local suspense. When discrepancies are found when rolling an SU, which is presumably a stock unit, is that what you would have understood that to be? A reference to SU? Not sure.
Don't know what SU stands for.
So when discrepancies are found when rolling an SU over into a new TP, do you know what a TP stands for?
Don't know what that is either.
The user's asked if they should be moved to local suspense. Should they cancel at this point the discrepancy is zeroized, it says, in the local cache? Do you know what that was?
Yeah, cache is a data depository, so...
Note that there's no corresponding balancing transaction generated in the local cache, and so the local cache is in an unbalanced state. So that's obviously quite a technical report. If we go back to the email chain, we can see that you had some discussion with a Will Russell. If we could return to FUJ 000081545, please. Thank you. So that's at the bottom of page 3. Thank you. So following on from Mr.
Isme's report, you write to Will Russell later the same day, saying you want to sit down with him and possibly several others to understand these latest issues on Horizon and where we are with them. You say this is very important as there's a lot of media interest in Horizon at the moment. You say what would be helpful is if you could send me a written summary of what the integrity issues are and what's been done about them. So why is that request being directed to Will Russell at that stage?
I don't know. I can't be sure what Will's role is. So I can't remember what his job description was. So clearly he was in the mix on this. So but being able to describe what his actual job role was and how that related to me, I can't.
If we just scroll up, sorry, please, we can see at the bottom, he was commercial advisor. Does that assist you? So he emails you then. If we go to the, thank you, to the top of his email, I believe it's later the same day. If we just scroll up to the, no, this is 2 days later, so the 2nd of February, Mr. Russell emails you back to say, Mike, I'll pull you together a summary on Monday. The issue Rod refers to and outlined in the paper was an issue that occurred in September 2010, post-go live of HNG. The issue was not encountered during testing, model offers, or pilot, and came to light in live through Fujitsu alerting. As per the normal process, Fujitsu reported the issue into the SD Live service desk once the discrepancies were identified by the HNG system. SD pulled together a team of stakeholders to assess the issue and track through to resolution. This included Fujitsu, product and branch accounting, IT and change, security network, and legal. Just pausing there, what this appears to show, what Mr. Russell told you at the time, was that several months before you'd been notified about the existence of this bug, it had been reported to stakeholders in IT and change and security for which you had oversight. Would you agree?
Yes.
Do you know why there was an apparent delay of many months in bringing this bug to your attention?
I don't, no.
Do you recall the context in which the integrity issues were raised with you by Mr. Isme and Ms. Sewell in February 2011?
Well, I think I've said in previous evidence that I first became aware of them in March, so the February-March timeframe. So why this didn't reach me before then, I've no idea.
My question was, when it did come to your attention in February, do you recall the context as to why or whether there was any background to that specific issue being raised with you at that stage?
No, just that it was a bug.
So Will's email goes on to say this issue affected 62 branches and a peak was raised and quickly closed by Fujitsu. The issue only affected branches that followed a set sequence of button depressions, and this sequence was not a normal action that branches would have followed. The resultant error arising from the unusual events caused the receipts and payments line on the branch accounts to mismatch. For example, they are not equal as they should be. This can be seen in the reports in the attached document. He goes on to say letters to branches have been prepared and signed off by legal, and the team were looking to issue these shortly as we need to communicate to the branches involved what has happened. However, these letters have been held back pending Rod's intervention. He then says this: Fujitsu are confident that they can show and prove that nothing has been lost on the system, as events have been generated to show what has happened for each individual branch. However, I have escalated the concerns into Fujitsu at senior level. Now, in your statement, you say that to you, the receipts and payments mismatch bug echoed the complaints from JFSA about reconciliation issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that something that occurred to you at that time, that it was brought to your attention? Was this something that you've reflected on in hindsight?
in time, not at the time.
Sorry, that didn't occur to you at the time?
No.
It has since?
Yes.
Is that because the bug was capable of causing a discrepancy to appear in the sub-postmaster's branch accounts?
Yes.
Why do you think it is that that didn't occur to you at the time?
It's pilot, and I would expect bugs to occur. I took some, if you look at the second sentence down in that email, the issue was not encountered during testing, model office or pilot, came to light through Fujitsu alerting. So that algorithmic approach to looking at the data and looking for anomalies highlighted the issue, and that gave me that gave me some sense of confidence that we had the right countermeasures in, even in early pilot, to find any anomalies. Let's call them anomalies as opposed to bugs. So I took some confidence from that as it was aired. So, and in essence, in the description given to me by Fujitsu on how they managed the day-to-day code to look for anomalies, this proved that they were capable of doing it, and that gave me some confidence.
Did you discuss the bug with your head of security at the time it was brought to your attention?
I don't recall. What I would say is generally when we were firefighting some of these issues in pilot, we invariably came together as a team. So when I ran my management teams, we all came together. Was John, can I categorically say John Scott was aware of this level of detail? I can't, but he certainly will have been aware that there were bugs in the early rollout of HNGX, and he'll have been aware that there will have been a mismatch too.
Your response, Mr. Young, was that this was a bug identified in pilot. What Mr. Russell's email suggests is that it wasn't identified during testing, model office or pilot, and that it had come to light in the live running of Horizon Online. Can you see that in the second paragraph to which I referred you? That's what he told you at the time. Is it your evidence that that is incorrect?
Well, my view of that was it was the new system, not the old one, and you're suggesting that it was the old system in the run-up to the new system.
Well, I don't think that's correct, Mr. Young. I was confused by your answer. What this document says to me, and please contradict me if I've got it wrong, that this manifested itself after Horizon Online had been rolled out, and it had not manifested itself in the testing process, if I can put it in that way. Having manifested itself, Fujitsu then dealt with it because they discovered it. Now, is that the proper reading of this document?
Well, my immediate answer to that, sir, is I'm not sure. So I'm just running that through and reading this again.
Yeah, if you would, please.
The drilling noise isn't helpful. It's the 62 branches that caused me to think about it, because in my view, the original Oracle issues in the Horizon rollout was it was 62 branches that were impacted. So it can't be that we've got 262 branches impacted. That's the anomaly.
So that's what's, I follow that point. So on the assumption that the Oracle defect is a different problem to this, you're pointing out that there's a huge coincidence in two defects, I'll call them, affecting 62 branches, and therefore you're querying whether, in fact, there's just one defect. Is that it?
That's it, yes.
Right, okay. But I think you'd agree with counsel that the second paragraph, read as a paragraph, would certainly suggest that this happened after the rollout and not in testing.
I agree that that second paragraph sounds like that's the case.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a point, because that may be where counsel's coming from. If that is the case, as in we're past pilot and Horizon Online is in play properly in line and legacy is condemned to history, this would be something new to me.
Right, all right.
Forgive me, when you say this would be new to you, as in at the time it was brought to your attention, you didn't understand this to be a bug that had been detected in the live operation of Horizon Online?
After main rollout, yes.
That seems surprising, given what Mr. Russell said to you in this email in terms that this is being discovered in the live operation of the system.
I would make the point that, again, in the discovery process, looking at the documents, particularly those where I have to report some of the issues around where we are with Horizon and the subsequent rollout and so on and so forth, including operational failures and change failures. I don't think there's anything in those reports that talks about a bug or a data mismatch bug in that time frame after rollout. So, and I would have been obliged to notify the board and the executive team that that was the case.
So what you're saying is, by reason of the fact that you did not notify the board of this bug, it follows in your view that you can't have understood it to be a bug that was affecting the live operation or had affected the live operation of Horizon Online?
Past pilot, yes.
Can we look, please, at a little later in the chain? I mean, I think it must follow from what you've just said, you accept that you didn't bring the bug to the attention of the senior executive team of the post office. Is that correct?
Well, not if this is a pilot, which I think is the way it's being read by someone. I agree that second paragraph suggests something in main role, it's done, and it's now the live system end to end and everyone's on it. I won't have done that if I haven't been told that there's a bug in the main rollout. So no, I won't have notified anyone. That doesn't suggest that Leslie or part of the team generally will have done that. It follows on that usually something of this nature also would end up very quickly from me on Duncan Tate's radar screen. And there's nothing in the disclosure process and nothing I recall that would suggest I had conversations with him about a bug after Horizon Online was delivered in full rollout. So if I don't know, I can't tackle the vendor. I can't inform, as I normally would, my executive colleagues in the poll board. And more importantly, in main rollout, this would have been classed as a major incident. Despite the fact that it's only 62 branches that are impacted, this would have caused a major incident report. And there's nothing I've seen in the disclosure process and nothing I recall that indicates a major incident process has kicked in, beyond those that I've described as part of pilot.
Now, what your evidence, as I understand it, is because you didn't report it, you must have understood at the time that it was a bug that had been detected in pilot. Now, an alternative hypothesis is this, that you were notified in February 2011, as evidenced by this email, that there was a bug, that a bug had been detected in the live operation of Horizon Online, and you simply failed to bring that to the attention of your more senior colleagues.
No, you misunderstand me. I was aware of 2 Oracle bugs. And those Oracle bugs were eventually identified and mitigated by Fujitsu as part of the pilot.
and they were part of a major incident process. They went to both boards, Poll and Royal Mail Group, and essentially necessitated that letter to Duncan Tate that we've already gone through. I'm saying I didn't know about this other bug. If indeed that is the case, I'm not suggesting you're wrong, but I'm not suggesting I'm wrong either. If indeed there was one in September, I'm not aware of it, and certainly no one escalated it to me. This email reads to me like the catch-up on payments to sub-postmasters. They can keep the money they may have made as about this, and we'll take the write down in the post of. I thought the way I read this was the catch-up following those two bug-related issues in rollout, not anything else.
Do you accept, Mr. Young, that's not what the email says? In terms.
Do I accept, sorry?
That is not what the email says. It says this was a bug detected in September in the live operation of Horizon Online. It appears it wasn't reported to you, as you say, in September, but it is here being brought to your attention in February 2011.
Yeah, I do accept that. Post-go live Horizon Online.
Now, if that is correct, that is to say that in February 2011 it was brought to your attention that a bug had been detected in the live operation of Horizon Online, which caused discrepancies in the branch accounts of 62 post office branches. Is that something which you ought to have brought to the attention of your head of security, who had responsibility for overseeing the investigations of suspected offences of fraud, theft and false accounting?
Yeah, had I known, the answer to that is yes.
Had you known what, Mr. Young?
I'm making the point that I didn't associate what this says to a new bug post-rollout of Horizon Online.
Let's go on a little bit, please.
I want to make a point that's really clear. Had I known this was a bug, it's in, Horizon Online's in, and it's running, and we got a payment mismatch. This is in addition to the two Oracle bugs, and we're in this situation where there's another bug that's been, let's call it illuminated, and it's caused this issue miraculously across the same size branch network, okay? Like I said, this would have caused a major incident review, and it would have caused an update to the Poll board and to Royal Mail Group as a consequence. I would have sat down with my direct report team to talk about the input to those various reportings to ensure that we're all aligned and we had the right messaging in place, that it was accurate. I don't recall going through any of that at all, and I don't see anything in the disclosure process to me as part of the inquiry that indicates that, other than this email.
You say, Mr. Young, it would have caused a major incident review, and that because you haven't seen one, it must follow that it wasn't a fresh or a new bug. But what we can see, the explanation that Mr. Russell gives is that Fujitsu reported it to the service desk, and the service desk notified relevant stakeholders. So is that not the way in which this bug was brought to the attention of the post office?
Yeah.
Could we please look at a slightly later email chain? It's POL 000.
Before we do,
Sorry.
can I just ask you, this email begins with a reference to the writer pulling together a summary on Monday. Do we have that document?
Sir, I don't believe we do, but what we do have is another email exchange about a further briefing that took place. Right. So that's the one to which I propose to take the witness.
Yeah, that's fine, Ms. Hodge, yeah.
So it's POL 000 29611. Thank you. If you just scroll down, please. So it's an email from Will Russell, dated the 4th of March 2011. It's addressed to Leslie Sewell, your direct report as head of IS and Change. So this is a couple of days, probably about 10 days or so after Will's email to you. and he updates Leslie. Quite a lot of info here, but I will outline what we agreed on this issue. There are Word documents attached, he says, and the Word documents attached are letters going out to branches on Monday. These have been approved by legal and product of branch accounting and SD. He says, I ran Mike G, Mike Y, and Andy M through the detail last week. We have agreed to write off the losses and repay the gains via sub-postmaster pay. We have a document from Fujitsu on what happened. This includes audit trail and shows what happened for a branch, as well as events generated and logged by Fujitsu, plus what the branch saw on their reports. I'm just awaiting clearance from Network. I need to Turner, re how to approach NFSP. Propose to finalise that on Monday for 62 branches affected as shown on Excel spreadsheet. Now, if we just scroll down, please. Thank you. So the penultimate paragraph reads, both Mikes, by which presumably Mr. Russell's referring to Mike Granville and you, Mr. Young. Is that a fair...
It's either Mike Granville or Mike Moore's the CFO and me. I agree it's me.
So you agree that it's you in this context?
Yeah.
That being because he's referred to a previous discussion with the two of you and with Andy. Both Mikes were keen we use this as a positive. E.g., Old Horizon would not have picked this up, yet the logs in data center and events alerting meant we picked this up and we can demonstrate through reports what happened. We can generate reports for each branch if challenged. So what this indicates, does it not, is that you approved the decision to write off the losses and repay the gains via sub-postmaster pay. That was something which you discussed and approved at the time.
I agreed with, yeah, I did. I wouldn't say approved, that would probably go through Mike Moore's.
Forgive me, there's also reference in the second, the paragraph beginning at Matt Hibbard. It reads, Andy Mack has taken action from Mike Y to ensure we maintain closer links with product and branch accounting, Rob. Do you recall why it was that you gave an action to Andy to maintain closer links with product and branch accounting and Rod Isme as a result of what had occurred?
I mean, Andy was in charge of service delivery, so trying to make sure that Andy and Rod Isme were aligned and continue to be aligned in service management would not be an alien thing.
Were you concerned that were you concerned to maintain closer links because this hadn't been brought to your attention in September 2010?
I don't know, is the answer to that. The other thing that's thrown me as part of this, pilot versus post Horizon Online is the same process was applied then around the losses and the repay of gains to the 62 branches in pilot. So there were gains made and the sub-postmasters were allowed to keep them, and the losses, which I think amounted to about £20,000, the post office took. So, and I'm not suggesting it's wrong. All I'm pointing out is, if you're reading it, there's a lot of similarities to this and the exact same issue, or the bug issue that we had in pilot.
If we look a little further down at the final paragraph, Mr. Russell says, we're writing to branches and following up with calls to MBSC and product and branch accounting with walkthrough of the details as required. We have commitment from Fijitsu to visit any branches to run them through what happened. We have had receipts and payment mismatches before, so this is not something new to manage, albeit that this issue was very complicated in how it was reported and evident to the branch. Would tend to suggest, would it not, this was a fresh issue that was being raised.
I agree.
Now, you say in your statement that so far as the reporting of this particular matter was concerned, you considered that it was the responsibility of Rod Isme, as head of product and branch accounting, to bring this information, by which I understand you to mean the existence of the bug, to the attention of Susan Crichton.
To what? To Susan Crichton?
To Susan Crichton. Is that correct?
In terms of the financial aspects and the fact that it was going to involve allowing sub-postmasters to keep the upside and the post office to take the downside, yes. I think what you're alluding to is, because it questions the integrity of Horizon, did I see it as Rod Ismay's responsibility to keep Susan Crichton aware that there's been an issue that now would play into that integrity? The answer to that is clearly yes.
Why did you consider it was Mr. Ismay's responsibility to bring that to the attention of Ms. Crichton?
He has clearly been dealing with it. What I don't know from this outlay, and I've not seen from this outlay, is how the issue was resolved from Fujitsu, and I've not seen anything in the disclosure document that articulates that. And that's my problem with the whole process. There's nothing in the disclosure process that's revealed any communication to Fijitsu at a senior level. There may have been some documents that I'm not copied on or seen, and there's nothing that's come back the other way. And yet, dealing with a bug of this nature, both sides of, Pol and Fujitsu would have been aware of the sensitivities, which is why it would have been raised up to the flag, and you'd expect to see something that travels by way of communication between the two entities. And I haven't seen that. I haven't been copied on or seen anything in relation to that.
Now, bearing in mind that Mr. Ismay's in early February has escalated this matter to you, why did it rest on his shoulders to then take it forward and bring it to the attention of legal?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Rod that. More importantly, I would have expected a Leslie. I would have expected, in normal practice, Leslie would have raised this with me, and I may very well have said to Leslie, please go see Susan, because of the point around the question marks it leaves around integrity. And I would have also put an action plan together to say, how do we approach this from Fujitsu and what is it we're going to do about it? Yeah.
So far as you were aware, were there any systems in place whilst you were in your role to ensure that information about the operation and integrity of Horizon was routinely communicated to those who had responsibility?
Can you repeat the question, please? Certainly the beginning part.
Yeah, sorry. Were you aware, so far as you were aware, were there any systems in place to ensure that information about the operation and integrity of Horizon was communicated to those within Post Office who had responsibility for conducting criminal investigations?
Well, I've described it because it went to everyone. So major incidents, if you're really alluding to, was Susan Crichton aware of any major incident like a bug on the system, as this might suggest, then the answer to that is she's part of the executive team and the whole board. She'll have seen the major incident report. And the same with the briefs to the Pol board. If there was any, let's call it discontinuity in the operation of Horizon in the branch network that may have affected footfall, may have affected revenues, whatever the case may be, that would have been reported either through noting or in some other way written to the board. And Susan sat on the board.
So is your evidence that the systems in place to disseminate this information were perfectly adequate? Is that
yes.
what you're saying?
And there are examples of that in some of my documents.
I'd like to move on, please, Mr. Young, to I think what will be our penultimate topic relates to your knowledge of what's described rather loosely as remote access. You deal with this at paragraphs 52 to 54 of your statement. I wonder if we could bring that up, please. Now, I think you say, just before we, thank you, before we look at what you say in those paragraphs, I think you say that as a matter of generality, you would have expected there to be some form of remote access to a system such as Horizon from your prior experience in working in IT. Is that right?
There is in every system, but yes.
But you say that specifically in relation to this system, you did not know that Fujitsu could insert, edit, or delete transaction data or data in branch accounts without the knowledge or consent of sub-postmasters, managers, or assistants, nor that such action could not leave a robust audit trail. From where had you obtained that understanding, please?
It's come from a number of arenas. So having spent time around the help desk, having spent time with Fujitsu in their offices where they support the Horizon product, and spent time with my own team, I'm aware of what the process was. And access into the system remotely, so remotely might be from the offices in Fujitsu through to where the system resides in a data center. You're not. There's not a cable. You're doing a remote access. You're doing that knowing that there is a full audit log right down to the keystroke of everything that happens at that point, and then there is a checksum process that go through that can't be changed. It's very, very secure to ensure that if anything does go wrong, or if there is a disagreement over what happened, that log can be used, that audit log can be used to describe the actions that were taken right down to the keystroke. But my understanding of how the whole end-to-end support process worked was that at the point a sub-postmaster was having a problem in branch, and it required some form of reset, some form of change the data, though I don't think that happened very, very often. It was done with the permission of it was meant to be done with the permission of the sub-postmaster, and that audit log was to stand true over that whole process. So, of course, the second site investigation has proved that wasn't always the case. And I do want to make the point, because I've heard the language in the inquiry, having seen some of the other evidence that's been given. For me, backdoor access is an access that's usually attributed to the person that has written the code, and he or she uses a quick entrance into the data or into the code in order to change something almost on the fly. And the summary is it's usually not an auditable process, okay? And I'd like to think that modern day systems, and I would include Horizon Online as part of that process, was much more robust than that. So where someone is dealing with the code that may have ramifications to a sub-postmaster or the branch network as a whole, they're testing it first and validating it, and when they're accessing it through, there are a number of parties that have oversight to that process. It's clear through some of the evidence process that I've seen in the inquiry that level of due diligence, frankly, was missing. And the basic one that sub-postmasters would worry about is if I'm asking for support and someone is having to remote in and fix it, okay, they should be doing that with my authority and my purview as to what they're doing. And at the end of the exercise, my agreement that they've done it. And then the access should conclude. Okay, again, I think there have been examples given where that's not been the process that's been followed through. But that's the process I understood from a post office, and Fujitsu, let's help the sub-postmaster because there's an issue.
So I just want to be clear. You've given evidence about your understanding at the time and what you've learned subsequently in the inquiry. At the time you were in post, you understood that, firstly, remote access was possible because it had to be for a system such as Horizon, correct?
Yes.
Secondly, that if it was used or if changes were made to data, they would be done with the consent of the postmaster.
Yes.
And thirdly, that there would be a clear audit trail to evidence any such remote access.
An uncorruptible audit trail.
Now, it came to your attention in 2011 that there were concerns about the system controls in place in relation to privileged access rights. Is that correct?
Following the Ernst Young audit report, yes.
What did you understand to be the nature of Ernst Young's concerns about those privileged access rights?
There were several. So one, I think, talked about some of the change control type process, which should be, from an operating point of view, should be really tight. But the one I think my statement latches onto and talks about is the user access, privilege access type process. So that identified what I thought were some fairly rudimentary issues, right? So not, and again, my statement says the same thing, not the type of issues you would expect a blue chip technology company like Fujitsu to have in play. Now, I'm sure part of the process from a Fujitsu point of view might be, we were moving from Horizon to Horizon Online and things had to change quite quickly and we were still playing catch up. I don't hold to that, candidly. I think privileged access in all its various facets needs to be buttoned down throughout. And it's clear from the Ernst Young report that that wasn't the case. And it's also clear that there were one or two super users that had access to everything and that wasn't supervised the way I would expect it to be. It might have an audit log associated to it, but it wasn't supervised. There were, as an example, and I do make this point in my statement, but I'll make it here again, in most corporates now, when you're deploying a multiplicity of systems, you have an automated process that's tied to the exit of an individual from a company. Even through HR, you have a process where you may have someone suspended from your back-end systems, that there's an automated process that takes their rights, their login rights, password and login rights, to certain systems away. Maybe forever, maybe for a set point in time. And some of that, the sophisticated ones cover leaves of absence when people are on holiday and so on and so forth, just to apply an additional layer of security. I was surprised from the Ernst Young report that they didn't have anything like that in play. And when I became aware of the output via Leslie and via Ernst Young, there were a lot of phone calls with Fujitsu as to why some of the basics on security management with privilege access were missing.
Did you consider at the time that the inadequate controls over privileged access had implications for the integrity of the data processed by Horizon?
Yes, I considered that, yeah.
Now, bearing in mind that you believed all of privileged access rights were audited, did you give any consideration to requesting a full audit of privileged access rights be carried out by Fujitsu?
Well, again, it's in the disclosure process. We set up an audit board that was going to audit following through on the audit report from Ernst Young to ensure that we got those issues resolved as quickly as possible. And I deliberately made a push via Leslie, who's very competent, to get that done and marshal it under her leadership, which she did. And I think by the time we got to the end of October of that year, and it's reflected in the board paper, we had addressed that privileged access type issue.
I think it would be fair to say that was a forward-looking approach. That is to say that you wish to shut down or to reduce the extent of privileged access rights, which Ernst Young had raised concerns about. What I'm asking you about now is a backward-looking review. So bearing in mind, you know that sub-postmasters are complaining about discrepancies in their accounts, and you're conscious that from Ernst Young's audit, that privileged access rights have been granted to a much broader number of employees than they should have. And you're also concerned this has data integrity implications. Did you consider at the time that might be a necessity for a backward-looking review of how privileged access rights have been used and what implications that might have for the complaints being made by sub-postmasters?
The reason I'm hesitating is my sense is, and it's from a review with Fujitsu, in a visit, that they had it reasonably buttoned down, certainly better than the E&Y type report might suggest, on Horizon, Legacy Horizon. But I believe the shift to Horizon Online and some of the dynamics associated with that may have caused some of what we saw in the Ernst Young report. Did I look back to, at the time, as I'm doing Horizon Online, if I'm being candid, I've got a whole wealth of stuff I've got to deliver against. I'm not getting into the weeds of what would be other people's responsibilities. Might I have, in hindsight, and knowing where we are today, might I have taken a step back from everything else I was doing and said, hold on a minute here, we need to look at privileged access? The answer to that is yes. But hindsight's a wonderful thing.
I'm conscious of the time. What I'd like to do, Mr. Young, is just seek some brief clarification on a number of points with you relating to your sort of knowledge and awareness of discussions around private prosecution. So you say at paragraph 111 of your statement, I wonder if we could bring that up, please. Page 36. Thank you. You say this, occasionally in board meetings, discussions regarding prosecutions would be had between the chair, the managing director, Alan Cook or David Smith, Paula Venables and Susan Crichton, General Counsel. You say, I did not have anything to contribute and did not stray into these discussions as I had no direct knowledge of responsibility for or involvement in these cases. And what I'd like to do is test if your recollection of that is correct. We have reviewed the minutes of the Post Office Board and we haven't found evidence of your attendance beyond an original meeting in 2008. Is it your recollection that do you think you're right in recollecting that these matters were discussed in your presence at board level by these individuals?
So I want to be clear about the point I'm trying to make there. It was based on the question that was posed to me in the preparation of the statement. I cannot say that I was at a board meeting and didn't hear a side conversation or some element of a conversation that might be associated with, let me draw an example, the legal counsel having an issue with a particular prosecution. And there may have been, on occasion, a passing conversation between, the legal counsel, Alan Cook or Paula or whatever the case may be. Now, if you're there, I can't say I didn't listen. They were partial conversations. They weren't. There was never, in my view, anything done of any great note, which is an anomaly, candidly, around prosecutions in board papers. It was never a topic of conversation that the board or the executive team at the time would get their chairs around and talk to some degree. Some familiarity that Susan or the general counsel, whoever it may have been at the time, may have chosen to brief the executive on. But I am aware, and that's why it's in the statement, that there were, one or two occasions where something may have been said, and because you've got nothing to contribute, you switch off in those types of conversations, and they're relatively sensitive and confidential by nature. But anything minuted, I mean, in fairness to both Alan Cook and certainly Dave Smith, anything said
according to an agenda in the post board was minuted. If it wasn't minuted, it wasn't an agenda item.
On the topic of prosecutions, you say in your statement that the Post Office should have stopped prosecuting postmasters after they'd received Second Sight's report. Does that reflect your view as to the timings of this? That is to say that once the Post Office was in possession of that report, the prosecution should have stopped. What I want to ask you is, why do you date it to the Second Sight report and not, for example, to the discovery that you had in February 2011 of a bug which could cause accounting discrepancies?
So a code issue, bug issue, can get resolved. You've got some aftermath that you've got to resolve, and some of which we've talked about. But the issue that I think makes the difference from the Second Sight report is my understanding from what I've learned, not having seen the report, but certainly seen their evidence, is they found that Fujitsu, Post Office, Fujitsu largely, had an there was potentially an unauditable access into the system. At the point you don't have an audit log that you can validate, you've lost your evidential trail. If you're relying on the data in Horizon, there may have been other prosecutions that didn't, but the point I'm trying to make is, where largely Horizon is featured as the evidential layer for a prosecution, at the point you've lost integrity around access via Fujitsu to help the Post Office, without the sub-postmaster being present to say yes or no, and without an audit log that validates what has happened, then you've lost integrity. And my understanding from looking in on some of what Second Sight said, because I was deeply interested in where their investigation went, because candidly I think I started that process off. But I was also interested in what our distinguished engineer at Fujitsu said around auditable logs. And there is clearly a window there where it's not nailed down the way it should do, and therefore you cannot categorically say that data was altered with the sub-postmaster's permission at each and every stage. So you've lost integrity, and at the point you've got that, you can't prosecute against it, in my view.
Now, you say in your statement that you began to question the integrity of Horizon after you received a further call from, forgive me, you've mentioned an earlier call, but you received 2 calls from Computer Weekly asking you to comment on Horizon's integrity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The second of which you date to late 2011, early 2012. Is that right?
Yeah, it's somewhere in a 3 to 4 month window, yes.
Which you say coincided with significant negotiations over the separation of Rommel Group and Post Office.
Yes.
And it's to that second conversation that you date your more significant concerns about Horizon's integrity. Is that fair?
Look, I want to just give you a sense where I was at this point in time, because I think that's pertinent to where we are. So I'm working 3 or 4 days a week on separation. The nearer you get to separation, you're now writing a contract between you and Rommel Group, and it wasn't easy aligning, your own executive team with Rommel's executive team, and there was a lot of toing and froing, to be candid, and we the team that pulled that together with a little bit of help from me, did a good job, because it stood the test of time for 10 years. But I want to make the point that it was in the last 3 or 4 months of my service at Post Office, I lived and breathed delivering that contract. It was probably every working hour that I could apply to it. So I'm in the negotiation when my phone rings, just as we're finishing up I excuse myself, I go into an ante room, and it's a journalist from Computer Weekly, right? So it's been a bad day. I take the call. It's quite a courteous call, and in fairness to the journalist whose name I can't remember, he says in summary, the JFSA now has a much larger group, and it was hundreds of sub-postmasters that are disputing the integrity of Horizon, and more importantly, they're engaging with lawyers. Later on, it was established that was Shoesmith to start pulling together a case, take a case to court. I emphasised what I had right the way through and still believed at that time that Horizon, in my view, worked as prescribed. I didn't see any issues. There was maybe a chosen few words I'd use, which have been repeated in private eye and elsewhere. But nonetheless, that's what I did. I finished the call up as courteous as I could. It couldn't have lasted more than 5 minutes. And to the point I think you're now alluding to, I'd got to the point where, frankly, I'd had enough. And I rang Duncan Tate up. It's like a continuous drib-drab with Fujitsu, and just said, look, I've just had this call with Computer Weekly. This is where he says things are. This is reflecting badly on all of us, your brand and our brand in Pol, and we need to address it. And there's no two ways about it, Duncan. We're going to have to investigate this system thoroughly. Now, I'm conscious at this point that there are, and you'll ask me who, and I won't be able to name them, but there were one or two people saying at the point you do that, you now question past prosecutions and other bits. But I'd got to the point where the wealth of sub-postmasters that appeared to have been affected and the media outlay that was now coming more and more to the fore, where I felt we needed to be much more proactive. And albeit I was dispirited by Duncan's reply to my letter, I had continued to knock on that door and more or less got the same reply each and every time. Every time there was a media outplay, I used it as a mechanism to say, are we sure about the system? Are you sure you won't have a look at it? We'd had those conversations. This time around, I'd got to a point where I'd had enough, and I said, we're going to do it. And more importantly, I want your support. And in fairness to Duncan, he took a minute or two to think about that, and calmly replied, okay, I think you're right. Okay, and I said, which was an important point, rightly or wrongly. I said, I'm expecting Fujitsu to pay for this audit, but I want it to be under Post Office's leadership. Right. And he agreed to that. As soon as I finished that call, I rang Paula and repeated the conversation I had with Computer Weekly and the conversation I had with Duncan. And she said, right, okay then. I said, I've got to get you into the room with Duncan so we can take this forward. She asked for his phone number. I gave her the phone number. And my presumption, again, I'm still doing separation and I'm writing down a contract, is that there was some form of telephone call between the two of them, which I know took place because I think in Paula's evidence she suggests there were phone calls that took place. But that's how I left it. And, that's why my belief is carrying that through to June when Second Sight are brought on board from when I left in March. It was clearly followed through. And my noting paper in March to the board, before I left March 2012, talks about a full evaluation of the system and that it should be a shared process between ourselves and Fujitsu with execs from both companies. And it talks about what that might mean. I expected that to expand. And the one thing I think that still hasn't happened that should have happened, in my view, and I know this is a long-winded answer, okay, you can't look at the system in isolation. right? The system is one thing, and certainly the code needs reviewing to see what anomalies are and the practices they apply to keeping that code where it needs to be. But you need to look at the process mapping that sits around that system and the training that's applied to the branch network in the use of that system. I see too often, even today, with digital systems, where people buy a digital system and somehow expect the digital system to make their life easier without changing the process that they have. And all three need to work in perfect harmony: process, training, system. And in my view, from an investigation point of view, it should have been a big hitter like Ernst Young, okay, that came in and vetted everything, because I still don't think that's happened.
Finally, Mr. Young, you say that in your conversations with Mr. Tate, in which you raised, I suppose, what was a further request for an independent review of Horizon, you pointed out that damage was being done to the brand of the post office and to Fujitsu. Was that your principal concern, damage to the brand, rather than the injustices that might have been caused to postmasters?
It was both. It was a conglomerate of a lot of things. I think this was hurting a lot of people. Sub-postmasters, clearly, former sub-postmasters and sub-postmasters. But as I think my statement alludes to, you know, I was very conscious that the one thing I would say about the post office is it has a lot of long-term employees. It has people that have worked 20, 30, in some cases, occasionally 40 years in the company. To have this backdrop, this inquiry backdrop and where we are today, you know, clearly, you know, impacts those people too that have given everything they can to the job that they've done day in and day out for 30, 40 years. And I was conscious of that type of portfolio. There's some very loyal people across the branch network and in headquarters and amongst the support teams that were trying to do the best job they could. And this was going on in the background, and people were talking about it in the way that they are today. And, you know, if you go to a party and you say, who do you work for? And it's the post office, you know, that backdrop doesn't really reflect their time in job over the years that they were working for the post office. And the same for, you know, the branch network. It's left a litany of bad press behind that, you know, some people probably deserve, but others don't. And I was conscious of that too.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I have no further questions. So there are some questions from core participants. I think those are likely to take us beyond 1 o'clock, but I'm sure that Mr. Young would like to finish his evidence. So it may be that if we canvass how long those are likely to take, you can take a view as to whether you'd be willing to take a slightly later lunch break.
Yeah. So who wants to ask questions, and how long are you going to take?
So for the Hudjo's team, we have around 25 minutes.
Right.
I'm afraid similar time from me as well, sir.
Right.
So on behalf of How & Co, 5 minutes.
Right. Well, let's use those few minutes up to lunchtime to hear Mr. Steen's questions, and then I think it's inevitable we'll have to have a break for lunch. So your 5 minutes could go to 10, Mr. Steen, but not longer than that. That's what it boils down to.
Understood, sir. Thank you very much. I'll try and keep within the... Well, I will, not just try. I will keep within the strictures. Mr. Young, my name is Sam Steen. I represent a large group of sub-postmasters who have all been affected by this scandal, and who, a number of them were involved in the GLOW, that's the High Court litigation. Okay? Now, your evidence, as far as I can understand it, has been this, and can I just summarise it? That when you came into the post office, you were told that largely the operation of the investigation and prosecution section was being dealt with by a team, and that you shouldn't really interfere. That's a summary paraphrase of what you said. Is that about right?
Yeah, you don't. Okay. I think the words used were you don't need to be part of it.
Yeah. And secondly, in similar lines, when you were thinking about the question of what is Fujitsu up to, regarding the operation of the system and its coherence or its integrity, you were told, well, that's up to Fujitsu because Fujitsu owns the data, owns the source code, and that therefore they're in control of that. Again, that's about right, is it?
Well, they don't own the data. The data was always going to be the post offices if it's generated by branch, but they certainly owned the code of the system.
Right. And the sense that we get from your statement is that it was only towards the end of your tenure, your years at the post office, did you start to gain some concerns regarding the system, and therefore you wrote a document to the board, which was a noting document to the board, which was to say ought to be reviewed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, you've been asked a number of questions by Ms. Hodge about the mismatch bug. Can we call it that, just as a simple, short version of it? And you've explained that regarding the mismatch bug, and this is where you put in your statement, you thought that it had arisen in the testing environment rather than the full rollout, yeah?
And the testing environment is one thing, just to make sure we're all talking about this in the same
Remember
place.
how little time I have.
In the pilot,
right,
you've tested it, you think it's fit for purpose, you're now running a pilot over in waves. You run a pilot, then you go in the next wave, and then before you know where you are, there's a sit down and let's now go out into main rollout.
Right. So let's make matters as simple as possible. You did not think it was a bug that was operating in the live environment. That's what you say throughout your statement. That's as you've given your evidence originally to Ms. Hodge, yes? Right. So by the time, in fact, in February of 2011, you're being made aware of this mismatch bug, did you realise that it was important, particularly as against the growing clamour in the public sphere regarding the reliability of Horizon?
It's having listened to the the evidence, and more importantly, having looked at that summary that talked about February 2011, if it's not because like I said, there were certain facts that had symmetry to pilot. The 62 branches, the way the outfall was dealt with, the gains were kept by the postmasters, the debts were managed and kept by the post office. Exactly the same process, it would appear, have been carried out on both mismatches, but it's why I thought they were one and the same.
Did you think that the mismatch bug at the time in 2011, when it was raised with you, was important as against the growing clamour regarding the integrity of the Horizon system in public?
Well, clearly the answer to that would be yes.
Right. And can we go, please, to FUJ 0008 1545. Should come up on screen, and we can see that if we go to page 4, please, on the system, that'd be very helpful. Can we scroll up, please? Right, stop there, please. Okay, so we can see here, this is from you, 18th of February 2011, 7:58 in the evening, and it's to Mr. Russell and Mr. McLean, and it says, Will, I need to sit down with you and possibly several others just to understand these latest issues on Horizon and where we are with them. This is very important as there's a lot of media interest in Horizon at the moment. Then you're asking, would it be helpful is if you could, doesn't matter about the English, if you could send me a written summary on what the integrity issues are and what's been done about them, okay? So we can see that at that point in time, there was no doubt in your mind that this wasn't just important, this was very important as against the media issues that were current at that moment. Do you accept that, Mr. Young?
Agreed.
Right. Now, let's try and work this through. There's no mention in the document where you, just before leaving post office, you say to the board that there needs to be a review of the system. There's no mention of the mismatch bug in that document.
No, there's not, no.
No. There's no reference by you to the board of this very important issue as against the lot a lot of media interest going on at the time. There's no reference by you to the board of this very important issue either, is there? You don't take it up to the board?
No, there's not. And there's equally, there's no reference to me via Fujitsu or via Leslie or via my own team with that regard.
Yeah. Well, shall we just look at your own levels of personal responsibility to start off with?
Okay.
Because you appear to be the person that people are going to. They're saying, Mike, look, there's this problem, and it's a problem in the live environment. Now, if we're talking about personal responsibility, you're someone that talks a fair bit in your statement and your evidence about your experience, both in background, in the armed forces, then the police, and then in systems and operations. Now, this is being relayed to you as being an important issue in the live environment out with the post office. It was your responsibility to take this to the board, wasn't it, Mr. Young? And you didn't carry that out.
Yes.
You also were aware that there was an implication, you must have been aware that there was an implication with bugs in the system, the live system, that this could impact upon investigations and police cases that were being considered and cases that were being taken through the court. You mentioned a couple of times that with your background police experience, that things were of interest to you on occasions, and you used that experience to analyse matters. You must have been aware that this was going to go to and implicate issues that related to police cases. It's true, isn't it, Mr. Young?
Possibly. And the only reason I'm hesitating to give an affirmative to that is I probably was looking at this purely from an IT standpoint, but does it have implications around those people that have been prosecuted? The answer is yes. I understand that.
And you did nothing about that either?
Can we just take a step back?
Did you or did you not do something about that, Mr.
I'd like to take a step back, if that's all right.
I prefer you to answer the question, but
I will answer
you have your step
if
back.
I can take a step back, right? I thought this was tied to, and I'm wrong, clearly, having gone through this now, I thought this was tied to the original Oracle bug, which I thought had been dealt with. Clearly, that's not the case. I'm going to come back to the point I made before, because I don't want that to get lost. Usually, and I don't know of any other occasion potentially where this may have occurred, usually when something like this happens, a major incident is generated. That's not by me. That's by the people operating the system. And they sit both sides of the fence in IT and in Fujitsu. And at the point a major incident comes out, the executive team and the boards get those major incidents along with me at the same time. That's missing. Also, what's missing is any sort of executive overlay from Duncan, Gavin Bounds, or anyone in Fujitsu out of courtesy to me. That's missing too. Okay? So I'm sat there, I think at the time, seeing this as part of the original Oracle issue. It clearly isn't. Okay? Is it a miss by me? In answer to your question, the answer is yes. Had I known that it was a new bug, managed in the same way in all its various facets, and miraculously appearing to affect 62 branches like the original one did, I would have had phone calls both to Fujitsu and to my board colleagues. But there is a process that sits in IT from a service delivery and IT point of view that doesn't need me in the link. If Mike Young is away on leave or ill, it doesn't all fall flat on its face. There are processes and procedures that kick in that allow this to get escalated with all of the backdrop of how it's come about and what's being done about it. I don't see any of that in this or in the disclosure process. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
All right.
So, do I accept?
Can I summarise this? Otherwise, it won't be 5 minutes, it'll be 15.
Yes, sir.
The position is that you would have expected that one way or another, this should have got to the board. You were one possible means of getting it to the board, but there were others. The reality is it didn't get to the board. Is that it in summary?
From the disclosure documents, yes, sir, that's the case.
So the position is, Mr. Young, you and others all failed to do your job properly as regards this issue. Is that fair?
No. I've said why it's not fair.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Last question on this. The document I've asked to go on the screen says this. I need to sit down with you and possibly several others just to understand these latest issues. So, in fact, that reply written by you tells us that these were the latest issues. They weren't the previous issues. You knew these were separate to the earlier ones, didn't you, Mr. Young?
I'm not disputing that when I read that now, but in the happening, in the operation, that's what I was seeing. I was seeing something related to the original Oracle bugs.
No further questions.
So I don't dispute that point.
Right, thank you. So we'll break for lunch now. Before we do, Ms. Hodge, are you taking this afternoon's witness as well?
I am, sir, yes.
So let's just have a minute of an overview. We're obviously going to run significantly into this afternoon, still with Mr. Young. So where does that leave the next witness and the length of time that that witness may take?
I don't expect the witness to take anything like as long as we've taken with Mr. Young, in that I have some questions for him, but I can cut my cloth, and I don't think that there are a lot of questions from core participants.
Can I ask core participants to confirm or contradict what Ms. Hodges just said about their questioning?
From our point of view, I think that's right, yes. Thank you, sir.
From us too, sir. I think most of the questions we wanted to cover are going to be covered by counsel to the inquiry.
Right. Ms. Page or Mr. Henry?
I'm just having a very quick look. Mr. Henry's not in the room and was going to deal with this witness, but I've just looked at the Rule 10 and I can confirm we don't have questions.
Right, fine. So, right, well, that's fine. I'm prepared to sit, reasonably this evening to finish the witness, but as you all know by now, that by about 4:45, my powers to concentrate are waning, shall we say. So I hope everyone will bear that in mind. So we'll start again at 2 o'clock, yeah?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you.
So who's going first?
I believe it's Miss Page.
Yeah.
Mr. Young, you were Chief Operating Officer when you left Pole in April of 2012, with Leslie Sewell, Head of Technology, one of your direct reports, yes?
Yes.
Yet you take no responsibility for the Horizon scandal, is that right?
I think we all have a part to play in that tier around tech. If the tech doesn't work as prescribed and has caused the failures that it's caused, then yes, we've got some responsibility, and that includes me.
But you've said that it was really other people's fault for not telling you of the problems with Horizon, just like Paula Venables said that it was your fault for not telling her.
I highlighted, other than the last bug, which is a misnomer that I'll have to come to terms with, I highlighted all the issues we had with Horizon. As we've heard, I challenged Fujitsu with regards to looking at the system. I was reminded that it was a service. We didn't own the IP, and I think some of the work I did got us to a point where we could demand it because we would own the IP. I think I did, everything I could. Paula's response was based, as I understand it, on a conversation we had after the first Computer Weekly call. Now, I actually left in the second week of March 2012, and Paula was there 7 years later. So
She has her own...
I thought that the construct I put in place, per my comments before the lunchtime break, allowed the business to pursue in hand with Fujitsu a proper investigation of the three elements I talked to: the process, the training, and the system itself.
Well, let's go back a little bit and what you say about the chain of command in 2010. You've told us in your witness statement, no need, I think, to go to it, that after David Smith moved to Royal Mail Group in October of 2010, you say he continued to actually have oversight of the post office, and in particular, Miss Venables continued to report to him until around April of 2011. Yes?
That's my understanding, yes.
What was the degree of oversight as far as you understood? Were you taking daily, weekly, monthly interventions?
Between
Ms. Venables and Mr. Smith?
I don't know. Genuinely don't know.
How do you know that she was still reporting to him?
It's a good question. I think some of that's, I can't remember how, but some of that's come through the disclosure process, and some of that has come through not talking with Paula, but with other executives within Pole. The suggestion being that she had some handover with Dave Smith, and as a consequence, he was a mentor stroke coach as she went through this process. And I think my statement talks to, and down the road, Moya Green took on more of that mantle.
Can we then just look at what Mr. Smith says about your involvement in the background to the Isme report? If we could bring up his evidence, please. It's INQ 401128. When we get there, it's page 19 and internal numbering page 76. Mr. Smith said that there were no terms of reference for the Isme report, but in effect, he said that you were one of a few people who was giving Mr. Isme instructions. So if we look at the right-hand side of this page, the right hand of 76, It's an answer that he gives, a large answer in the middle of page 76. I think the structure at the time was that Mike Moores, actually it was Mike I had charged with writing the report, and that between Mike and myself and Mike Young and Sue, we go back to that conversation. We agreed that it would be appropriate for Rod to carry out the actual activity, and Mike, myself, and Mike Young, all at various times, did have conversations with Rod to sort of set the tone of what we wanted and expected to come back, and also to help and review his progress. That was more the two Mikes than myself, but the three of us. It wasn't just one conversation, it was a set of conversations. And then summarising that, the question is, so your evidence is that Mr. Isme was getting instructions from multiple people at multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall giving any instructions. I was asked questions and I responded to those questions, but I didn't give instructions to Rod or to anyone else. I actually saw the preparation of that statement going across the whole tech team, not just me. But I responded to questions as and when they came across my desk.
Well, let's go a little bit further down and see what else Mr. Smith says. At page 22, internal pages 87 to 88. A little bit further down. There we are. On the left, Mr. Stevens quotes from his witness statement, and it says, "At the time, I do not think that we thought that there was any merit in commissioning a further report by an IT expert or a forensic accountant or similar to test the reliability of Horizon, as the report was clear-cut in its position. There was nothing in it which suggested we should investigate Fujitsu or Horizon further." And then he asks, who was the we when you say that? And he says, I'm talking about a combination of the Post Office senior management team, Paula Venels, and then further down, Mike Young, Mike Moores. So that's, again, him suggesting that you were part of a small group of people responsible for what was going to happen both in the Isme report and what was going to happen as a result of the Isme report. Do you dispute that?
That's the way it reads, yes.
Do you agree with what he says there?
Yes.
All right, well, let's just then look at the right-hand side. And this answer, the largest answer in this lower half, the fundamental piece was that we believed that the system was tamper-proof. So the Fujitsu position that was laid out was quite clear. We had not seen in any of the recent cases any issues that would suggest a problem. And in fact, a few weeks later, as we now know wrongly, but at the time, we saw the Seema Misra case as a test of the Horizon system, and it had come through that. And so those were the fundamental reasons. Was the Seema Misra case part of the reasoning for not pursuing an independent report?
I don't know. As I alluded to this morning, I wasn't privy to the prosecution case, for want of better words, the case prepared against Seema Misra. What little I got in terms of prosecution data came via the Isme report in itself.
Well, this is rather different, isn't it? What he's suggesting, Mr. Smith, is that actually in the aftermath of the Isme report, when we, the management team that he's set out on the left-hand side of the page, when we were considering whether or not to take further action, whether the Fujitsu system was tamper-proof, whether it needed a forensic accountant or similar to test that, one of the reasons not to do that was that the Seema Misra trial had tested the Horizon system, and the Horizon system had come through that test. So he's suggesting you were part of those discussions.
So I can categorically say that's not the case.
Let's look at the email chain that we've already looked at, the Mark Burley email chain, poll 00424359. This is a slightly different version of the same email chain, which has a little bit more in it. If we could scroll down, please, to page 4. And you'll recognise this from the version that we saw earlier today. It's an email from Mark Burley to you and Sue Huggins with various others copied in. And in Mr. Burley's paragraph 2, he refers to the 3 cases that he's aware of. And I'd just like to pick up on the Castleton case, middle of the paragraph. Castleton, where we presented a copy of the audit log to the sub-postmaster's solicitors, who promptly agreed there was no substance to the SPMR's claim and advised him to settle the debt. The solicitor was sacked by the sub-postmaster, who proceeded to court, lost the case, and liability of £300,000, but declared himself bankrupt. The judge decided there was, quotes, no flaw in the Horizon system and, quotes, the logic of the system is correct, and, quotes, the conclusion is inescapable that the Horizon system was working properly in all material aspects. You will have known, won't you, that what goes on between a solicitor and their client is privileged, wouldn't you?
Indeed.
So that summary there was nonsense, wasn't it? There was no way Post Office could know what Castleton's solicitor said to Castleton, was there?
Potentially, yes.
Was this malign rumour part of the commonplace lazy assumptions that Post Office management made about sub-postmasters, that they were dishonest or incompetent? That sort of baseless rumour mongering?
Within the Post Office or within the executive? I mean, frame it.
Well, within your knowledge.
Look, I've seen this played out in the inquiry before. And I can honestly say that, not that I am aware of. Was there to further just make a point, was there a view that Horizon was secure and working as it should do? Yes. And did people feel, including myself, that we should defend it because we had no other data sets that suggest otherwise? The answer to that is yes too. But I can't say there was a deliberate stream of guidance, advice, however you want to term it, coming from wherever to do untold things to the sub-postmasters that might be going through or about to go through a prosecution. That's not something that I'm aware of.
Let's turn then to the Misra trial again. And if I could have poll 2016-9170, please. This is the famous bandwagon email, which was sent around after the Misra trial. And what we see in this version of it is your name as one of the people copied in. Can we scroll down, please? Hold on, there we are. The email from Marilyn Benjamin in the bottom half of the page is the bandwagon email. And we see here that it has been forwarded from David Smith, that's the manager, David Smith, to you, Mr. Isme, Mr. Moores, and Ms. Venables. Rod, brilliant news, well done. Please pass on my thanks to the team. Regards, Dave. This was Post Office using a criminal trial for improper collateral purposes, wasn't it?
That's not the way I see it. I actually think what Dave Smith was trying to do was thank people for their efforts to see it through. Now, we can argue about whether it was right or wrong. That's the way I saw it. I did nothing with that email. I think the intent was, the way I read this email from Dave Smith, the intent was I was to pass my thanks on
potentially to John Scott. I didn't. I read through it and I left it as it was. So, but I do think, and I did see Dave Smith's evidence. I do think, you know, it's not a great message personally.
Could we have your witness statement up, please, at page 35, paragraph 110? Further, I was not involved in the prosecution of Seema Misra. I only became aware of the case after seeing the Channel 4 programme and reading the Isme report. I was not copied on the initial email dated 21st of October 2010 regarding the conviction of Seema Misra, email from Rod Isme to Jarnail Singh, etc. I was not aware that as a result of a successful RMG poll prosecution, a pregnant lady was imprisoned. That's not correct, is it?
No, on reflection, having looked at that discovery document, the answer would be no. In fairness, the email doesn't talk about her personal circumstances, but I take your point.
Do you think you've made any other self-serving errors of that nature in your evidence?
It's not self-serving, genuinely not self-serving.
What about the recollection of the second Computer Weekly call and your subsequent very detailed recollection of your conversation with Duncan Tate? Is that a little bit self-serving, Mr. Young?
No, I was angry. So I remember it implicitly because I knew what it would mean, and it was me almost passing, passing the ability to get the system investigated onto what would be after separation the CEO of the post office. And I have made the point, there were a number of points to that, and one of them was we didn't own the IP, and every time you knocked on Fujitsu's door, you bought a service. We're in the parameters of the service. And, it wasn't till quite late in the year that we had secured the IP through that broadband contract. So there were a number of actions that add credibility to the action that happened after that call.
Well, let's go to some communications with Parliament. I'll just actually go to one and perhaps give some references for others in the interests of time. Poll 0041 7094. If we could scroll down a little, please. There's a lot of mics in this email chain. It gets a bit confusing. But this first mic is actually a draft directed to Mike Whitehead from Mike Granville. It says to Mike Whitehead, in response to your query, the system is based on a user login and all actions have to be endorsed by the user. Poll cannot remotely control a branch's system. Any technical changes by Fujitsu that impact the system have to go through clearance processes, which would prevent any amendment to existing data. The independent audit file is in place and can show all the system activity down to a single keystroke in a particular branch. So that was a draft. If we scroll up, Mike Granville wants to run it past you, Mike Young. So he sends it to you and he says, if it's helpful re your meeting with Paula, please see below my draft response to Biz. So do you know what became of that? Are you aware that that then did actually go, as far as we can tell, to Mike Whitehead at Biz, that formulation about remote access?
I don't know. So like you, I would presume it went to where it was meant to go.
Well, as I say, I won't take you to it, but in poll 2012-0561, we see a further briefing which includes that wording. It goes again to you. It covers various issues to do with the Isme retrial. It talks about the very robust stance that Post Office wanted to take, did take, continued to take, and that BIS took up, therefore, with Ed Davey following his meeting with Sir Alan Bates. Now, you were obviously aware that these very robust lines were going to Parliament, weren't you?
Well, I'm aware of that. So, as my statement said, I didn't sit down. The only MP I sat down with, which was an introductory meeting to the Post Office, was with Ed Davey, and a number of the execs were invited. And that meeting lasted an hour. And as my statement says, it didn't cover Horizon. Where I may be asked by someone, in this case from regulatory, or maybe from PR, for a sanity check around a statement, in this particular case, audit controls on the data, you know, I'll provide that. I'm responding to an internal response. I never had a direct conversation with a member of Parliament or with representatives of the government that later on joined the board.
Did you not feel that as Chief Operating Officer with technology in your remit, it was your responsibility to make sure that what was said to Parliament was absolutely accurate?
Yes.
And yet you didn't, did you?
Why?
This was not accurate, was it? The EY findings are not mentioned here, are they?
No.
Well, to be fair,
actually,
at that date,
I withdraw. Thank you, sir. I apologise. But you didn't bother to find out, did you?
Bother to find out what specifically?
Whether this was accurate.
I thought it was accurate.
On the basis of what you'd been told by Fujitsu?
Yes. And what my own team thought was in place.
Well, let's look at what happened further on down the line, because in 2011, in November of 2011, you were still giving the same sort of robust lines to Parliament. Poll 00295067. If we scroll down a little, please. And as we can see, this is from the 18th of November of 2011. And if we stay on the email from Rod Isme to you, if you're willing to take it from the subject line, parliamentary questions about Horizon, that's what we're dealing with. In the middle of the first paragraph, it remains consistent with our robust stance, but is a more concise set of words. And then if we scroll up to your reply, sorry not to have got back to you sooner, been stuck in MDA negotiations all day, so that confirms that at this point in time you're very strongly tied up with that. I'm okay with the approach and the wording. So by this time you are aware of the EY reports, you are aware of issues growing, and yet you're still content with this robust stance to go to Parliament.
I'm trying to work out the point. So are you pointing to the fact that E&Y had raised some issues associated with user and privilege access? Because I didn't see anything in the EY report that talked about audit logs, checksum datas, and keystrokes. So I'm trying to. I want to answer your question, but I'm trying to see what bent there is to it.
Well, at this point, you've told us this morning that you're starting to have some concerns about Horizon, and yet you're content for the robust position, the same kind of robust language that has been going back now since the previous year, and you don't see any need to revisit that approach.
So well, maybe your interpretation and mine are slightly different, but there was always a nagging doubt, okay, at the point that you've got more and more sub-postmasters, it grew, as we all know, in the JFSA, saying the system was wrong. If you didn't have that nagging doubt, okay, then, you've got a bit of a problem. So it acts almost as a conscience check. I'm going to go back to what I said and maintained, right? I saw nothing in the Horizon system beyond what was in rollout, and then some of the change activities and the hardware failures that suggested Horizon was doing anything but what it was prescribed to do. And it certainly was within its SLAs. And where there were failings, okay, they were highlighted. The issue associated with privilege access worried me, right? I've no doubt about that, because I thought that might be better policed, but it was addressed in a relatively short timescale. It's only with the hindsight of this inquiry and some of what I've learned from the Second Sight report that, I now know through that benefit that some of the audit logging, as I might have perceived it, okay, wasn't as locked down as best practice would indicate, and it was open to abuse.
But you tell us that by the time you had that second call with Computer Weekly, you were getting concerned, and thereafter you were determined to make sure that there was a review of Horizon.
So one of the reasons why I was getting concerned is there was more of this. There was more a push from, from executives and from the government shareholder to respond to letters they had from some of their parishioners, in which case must have been sub-postmasters, okay? And I was having to underwrite some of that. And I did that quite deliberately because I wanted to take the pressure off Leslie so she could do her job, which was the day-to-day management of the system. At the point you're having the conversation with Computer Weekly towards the end of 2011, you're at a point where you're being told litigators have been appointed and there's now hundreds of sub-postmasters, right? Did my mindset change at that point? The answer is yes. Did my mindset change significantly before then? The answer is no, because I couldn't point to anything on the system. I still wanted something from Fujitsu that told me the system, right down to a code level, was working properly. And the response I got was, it's a service. Our algorithms aren't bringing up any anomalies. I mean, I'm not sure where else you would like me to go, because the heat, if we can call it heat, is coming from Parliament through parishioners, and it's coming through, the media.
Let's just go to one last document, please. It's poll 00338400. And this relates to the letter that you signed off on to go to Private Eye following their article. If we start, please, at page 2, and if we scroll down a little bit, we can see the content of your letter, and it's the bit that starts, "Sir, the Post Office takes meticulous care to ensure the Horizon computer system in branches nationwide is fully accurate at all times." We probably don't need to go through it all because it's very much the line that was being taken by Post Office at that time. But if we scroll up, we can see that it's a debate about whether or not too far, please, about whether or not to send that letter. It goes to Paula Venables from David Symptoms, it goes to Susan Crichton, it goes to Mike Granville and someone called Rebecca Mantle. Various other people are copied in, including obviously you, Kevin Gilliland, Sue Huggins, Rod Isme. Now, if we then go a little further up, we see that Paula Venables responds to everyone, and then you say in the email above that you're happy with the letter. You and Susan have spoken about it and you're both comfortable with it. If we then go further up again, we see that Rod Isme has forwarded it to Angela van den Boogaard, and he says, "Thanks for our time this afternoon. This is the response to Private Eye," and he attaches a PDF. And if we scroll all the way up, just for completeness, we can see that he also sends the Private Eye PDF. Now, what's interesting about the various people copied in on that is that a email which I won't bring up for the benefit of time, but which is a well-known email now, the Lynn Hobbs email, in which she talks about the fact that Fujitsu does have the capacity to go into branch accounts and amend the data. That email from Lynn Hobbs went to pretty much all of those people who I've just read out. They all therefore knew that the claim that Horizon had no backdoors was not correct. And they're all in on this email chain in which it's proposed that you write a letter to Private Eye saying there's absolutely nothing wrong with Horizon, it's all perfect. Do you feel that you were being set up here?
No. I do want to, I don't. So I had been asked, I think once or twice before, to put my name to a statement that said the system is secure in a set of words. So so I wasn't surprised when the Private Eye article came up that I was being asked to do the same. So I want to make sure, because I said this earlier on in my evidence this morning, a backdoor, we have to be careful about how we use our language. A backdoor is for me, and it is for most people in
We all heard your explanation.
Right, well, then there was no backdoor, okay? And everything, as far as I was concerned at this point, and even when I left, was an auditable checksum log, okay, that was uncorruptible and no one could get into it. So that was the case up until the day I left. And the only time that changed in my viewpoint was when I was seeing some of the outputs from the inquiry, and particularly the comments from Second Sight.
But you also told us that when you had that second call with Computer Weekly, that was when your concerns started to really mount.
And I've explained why.
And you've explained why. And you also explained that one of the reasons that your concerns mounted was that the firm Shoesmiths had hundreds of people that they were now acting for. Yes?
Yes.
If we could scroll down to the bottom of page 3, please.
Can I just, on the Shoesmith issue, it wasn't the fact that I was worried about the lawyers finding something. I want to be clear about that. It was these were hundreds of sub-postmasters that had grouped together and now were bringing in lawyers, presumably at their own expense, to pursue this. So it brought real it brought real it suggested there was a real dynamic around having had system issues. Okay, so the numbers growing and the postmasters themselves bringing in a high-end law firm to fight their fight suggested that this wasn't a group of disgruntled sub-postmasters that just wanted to blame the system as an out, potentially.
They were taking it seriously.
This was something very different. And on the basis of that notable difference, that's why, I went back to, I didn't ask for permission. I went back to Duncan and said, no, we're going to have to do this.
Let's just look at the email at the bottom of half of the page from David Simpson to the same addressees I read out earlier, you're copied in. And this is about the letter that you're to write to Private Eye. If we pick it up with the names of the sub-postmasters featured are very familiar and the claims made against Horizon are the same ones we've seen many times before. The article also mentions Shoesmiths and a possible legal action the firm may bring, but Shoesmiths have been saying the same thing since the early part of the year. Disappointingly, and perhaps not surprisingly, Private Eye has not run in full the very short statement we sent to them. So at this point, Mr. Young, you are on notice that Shoesmiths have taken up the cause of the sub-postmasters, and yet you are willing to have your name put to the letter to Private Eye. You have just explained to us at length why it is that Shoesmiths made your concerns more heightened. Are you sure you are not suffering from more self-serving memories here, Mr. Young?
I just recall the phone call, and I recall that feeling that this thing had moved to another level, and we needed to change our, perspective on having the system looked at.
Thank you.
Put the two together. That's just where my head was at.
Thank you.
Ms. Patrick.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Young, my name's Angela Patrick. I act for a number of sub-postmasters who were convicted and have since had their convictions quashed. You might be glad to hear I only want to look at two topics. And if we can start with the Isme report. You've gone over that at length this morning with Ms Hodge, and again just now with Ms Page. There's only one section I really want us to look at, but I just want to clarify what you said. Now, in early summer 2010, you'd been chasing Fujitsu without success to ask for an independent third-party review of Horizon Online, hadn't you?
Yes.
And by the summer, Ms Page took you to the email thread again. You knew that the then managing director, David Smith, had been asking questions following the Channel 4 journalism reporting, and that you had been looped into that process.
Yes.
Yeah. And you've told us that you were particularly assured on reading the Isme report.
Sorry?
You were particularly assured on reading the Isme report.
I was. It gave me some confidence around the system.
Indeed. Now, you would have read that about, I presume, August 2010, I think it was finished?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I would imagine as soon as it was circulated, I was reading it.
Indeed. And that would have informed your approach going forward. Having been assured, having read the Isme report, I assume that would have informed the tack you were taking going forward.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the inquiry has looked at the detail of the report with Mr Isme and lots of other witnesses. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty. I want to look at one part. And if we could bring it up, it's at Paul 30-26572. And the part that I want to look at is on page 19. And if we could scroll to the bottom of the page, I'd be very grateful. Let me see, there was a part there on media. This part deals with the independent review and audit angles. I don't want to look at all the detail. You can see that there in front of you. But you can see in the first paragraph there, Paul has actively considered the merits of an independent review. This has been purely from the perspective that we believe in Horizon, but that a review could help give others the same confidence that we have. Now, the bit that I really want to look at is on the next page. So if we could scroll over, I'd be very grateful. And if we could stop, it's that first paragraph at the top, which the inquiry's seen a number of times before. Can you see that there, Mr Young?
I can.
Yeah. It is also important to be crystal clear about any review if one were commissioned. Any investigation would need to be disclosed in court. Although we would be doing the review to comfort others, any perception that the Post Office doubts its own systems would mean that all criminal prosecutions would have to be stayed. It would also beg a question for the Court of Appeal over past prosecutions and imprisonments. Now, we've heard a lot about reading things with your former policeman's hat. Did the inclusion of that section and your reading of that section cause you any concern?
Let me answer it this way. So it wasn't going to dissuade me from pushing Fujitsu to have an independent review of the system. So, indeed it didn't. So it was Duncan may allude to the fact that it usually came up in our conversation, certainly when we were face to face, or it was a long conversation, or where there was a media output. I would run the ground again around potentially looking at the system. So I wanted to get to a point where I'd got Fujitsu to agree. And I've no doubt if I brought that ticket back to the post office as a request from me and them, we would have some persuading to do with those that sat doing the prosecutions. But I was tackling it one bridge at a time.
Just pausing there, what you've said this morning, we know pre-Isme report, you've given that in evidence. From the start of your role, you knew that the Royal Mail Group and Post Office as part of that had been pursuing individual prosecutions.
Yep.
And when you read this, did it cause you any concern?
Well, so I recognise, I think the point you're trying to recognise, your point you're asking me to recognise, do I recognise that this potentially shuts the door on being even-handed with regards to a review on Horizon? Basically saying, if you do go down that particular road, we're going to have to go right the way back through all the prosecutions and valid. I recognise what that means. I'm saying it wasn't changing my approach with Fujitsu. So, yes, I recognise that.
Okay, and you've given evidence. You were pushing in summer 2010. I want to look on to the second issue now, and I want to move forward to shoesmiths. And you've gone over it a little bit again just now with Miss Page. So we're whizzing forward to the back end of 2011. And the time the Post Office received a number of letters of claim from a number of sub-postmasters, including Julian Wilson. Mr. Wilson died before his conviction could be quashed, and we represent his widow, Mrs. Karen Wilson, who's a core participant in this inquiry. And I want to look at what your statement says, and you don't need to turn this up, you can if you want to. It's at page 44. For the record, it's WITN 111 301 00, and I want to look at page 44, starting at paragraph 143. And you say, regarding proposed litigation, I was not aware of the proposed Shoesmith litigation until it was mentioned via the second Computer Weekly call, where they indicated that the GFSA instructed lawyers, and there's a little bit of a grammatical issue there. Computer Weekly did not refer to the litigation as Shoesmith's litigation. You go on. During my tenure, I was unaware that the Post Office took any particular approach to legal privilege, how to manage confidential communications and the retention of documents generally, and as it related to the issues raised by the GFSA about Horizon and any potential litigation, I did not personally take any legal advice. And then the last paragraph, in late 2011, this is paragraph 145, and early 2012, I was not involved in the potential litigation against Paul from sub-postmasters. I did not have any involvement or knowledge of the issues of litigation until the second Computer Weekly call, as mentioned in paragraph 143 above. During that time, I was focused on separation and so on. And you've already talked about this a little with Miss Page. Now, you've repeated again that the second call from Computer Weekly, that's what changed your perspective. Yes? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a combination of a lot of things, but that one call got me to a point where enough was enough. We needed to do something. Yeah.
And it was after that call that you remember calling Duncan Tate?
Yes, immediately after.
Okay. Can we look at one document, please? For now, it's POL 20294 And if we can go to the bottom of the second page of that document, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Can you see that there, Mr. Young? there's an email at the very bottom. I want to look at that first. Can you see it? And you can see there's an email there from Paula Venables at 13:48 on the 20th of October 2011. And can you see there the heading, the subject matter of the email? Horizon Independent Assessment. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, and she writes, Leslie, excuse me if I missed it. Did you get back to me reconfirmation as to how robust or reliable Pinterest, and we think it might be pen test.
It is pen test, I'm sure.
Yeah, is that the right name? Where? I.e., what other type of validation work they'd done on this scale and for whom? Also, when do we expect the results? Kevin has heard today the BBC may be going for more coverage. Now, we see that's copied to you, isn't it, Mr. Young? Now, I just want to look at another document to see where we are on this date, because the inquiry knows that on that day, a Royal Mail Group lawyer circulated direct advice on legal privilege. So if we could look at that, it's POL 20176-467, please. And if we can go to page 2 and stop there. Now, the inquiry's seen this email a lot of times, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But can you see there's an email from Emily Springford?
I can.
And you can see the date there, 20th of October, same day as the email we just saw. And shortly after that email, so it's at 3:51. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. And you can see it goes to Miss Sewell. She's on the top line of the addressees. And it also, if we look at the second line, it goes to you, doesn't it, Mr. Young?
It does.
And you can see there what the subject matter says. It's the JFSA claims, disclosure and evidence gathering. It's headed privileged and confidential. It says, dear all, as you're aware, suggesting there's been some conversation in the business before that email, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Post office is received, and it goes on to talk about the letters of claim, the substance of the claim being relative to training, to support, to their use of the Horizon system, and the Horizon system itself. I'm sure you've seen this document. I think it's been provided to you. She goes on to advise on document preservation, document destruction, and matters of legal privilege. Now, do you recall this email being sent to you and legal professional privilege being drawn to your attention for the circulation to your team?
I don't recall. So you're right. I did get this via disclosure from the inquiry. I didn't recall this email. And I think part and parcel of that rationale was, no change. Let me explain myself by that comment, or those comments. Essentially, I think what this is saying is in relation to Horizon, its integrity or otherwise, nothing was to be deleted or disposed of, and all matters related to that were to be kept. And that was, that was normal practice anyway. So, but I take your point. That was my interpretation of the letter.
So, this is, by this time, we're in 2011. You've been talking about an independent review the year before of Horizon Online, albeit. You've been involved in the press coverage. Do you accept that at least at this point, in October 2011, you would have known that there was litigation in contemplation?
Yeah, that says as such, yes.
Okay. And if we can turn back to the document we were just looking at, I'd be very grateful. It's POL 20294-928, please. And if we go back to that last email on the bottom of page 2, we can start there. Now, if we scroll up, we can see Miss Sewell replies. If we scroll up a little bit further, so we can see the header. Thank you. And we can see Miss Sewell replies, and she replies later that afternoon at 5:39. And can you see that there? You're copied in, Mr. Young, aren't you?
Yep.
But she also copies in Emily Springford and Hugh Flemington, doesn't she?
She does.
And she changes the subject matter to legally privileged and confidential. Now, the inquiry's seen the advice we just turned out. Part of the advice is, if you're talking about these matters, can you copy in legal, and can you head it legally privileged and confidential? Now, she writes to Miss Venables in her reply, Fujitsu have reviewed who they will use for the review of HNGX, and as such will not be using pen test partners as they originally intended. They've now engaged with KPMG to complete the review, which they expect to take 2 months. There's a meeting tomorrow with legal to discuss the scope and timing of this review. Now, before we go up to the answer that comes next, this is October 2011. Was there a plan at this point to have an independent assessment of Horizon commissioned by Fujitsu?
Well, this would suggest there was.
And it would suggest that, given it's an exchange involving both Miss Venables and Miss Sewell and copied to you, that that plan was known both to the IT team and to the executive, wouldn't it?
It suggests that. What I would say is I'm trying to correlate the call to Duncan after the Computer Weekly piece and the time frame here. They may very well be in the same time frame. But I'm copied in it, and undoubtedly I would have read it.
Indeed.
And the reason why it is worth making the point, the reason why Leslie has come to the fore to do this, my suspicion, she will have to speak for herself, was that I'm out finalising the MDA on separation, and therefore she's now taking the lead with Fijitsu. So, but your point, yes, it would suggest that.
But just looking at what Miss Venables is saying for a moment, Miss Venables is writing to Miss Sewell and you, and she's expressing her view. She wants to know what's going on with this Horizon independent assessment, isn't she? You're nodding, Mr. Young. You have to say yes or no for the recording.
Can I read it? So I'm conscious that we've got a stenographer. So I just...
In that case, if just to be absolute, not this part, if we can go back to Miss Venables' original email, that's what I'm talking about. Her original email at the very bottom, which she heads Horizon Independent Assessment. And then she says she wants to know who's doing it, doesn't she? How robust or reliable they are.
I can read that, yes.
And she wants to know what other kind of validation work they've done, on what scale and by whom, doesn't she?
Indeed.
And when can we expect the results? And she says, we know the BBC is going to have some more coverage. So she wants to know, because she knows there's going to be more press coming up, doesn't she? And she wants to know what the lay of the land is. It
would appear so. I mean,
yeah.
Paula will have to talk to what she meant by the email. But I take your point in the change of, let's call it classification or subject. She's put it under, later on she puts under legal privilege. I take your point.
Yeah. And so if we can scroll up just to the next stage in the conversation, we can see the longer reply. If we keep going, please. Thank you. Stop. We can see Miss Venables replies to you the next day, Friday, October the 21st. Can you see that, Mr. Young? Early in the morning. And she says, this is very high profile. We've had lawyers' advice about how mails, etc., are now handling. So what is happening here? Why do Fujitsu think they can change the test company after they've told us who they were using? Why is there a meeting to discuss scope and timing when it was asked for 6 months ago? and the scope must have already been agreed when pen tests were appointed. And retiming, another 2 months. Leslie, the last comms you and I had was that we'd have it in a couple of weeks. This is unsatisfactory. It looks like it's not being taken seriously, and we don't know where accountability lies in Paul or in Fujitsu. And the next part, a class action legal case against Post Office would be hugely negative reputationally. It would cost us a lot of money, and this verification, which presumably could be of enormous help, is not even off the blocks. I don't understand. How can it be independent if Fujitsu are choosing and swapping suppliers? Is that sustainable evidence in court? Independently verified by a company they choose. KPMG are a good company. Are they qualified to do this? And do they have any association with Fujitsu? Finally, I know everyone's working very hard, but I'm a bit disappointed that I only found out as a result of asking because of the potential BBC coverage. With this going on, I could have easily sent a note in response to a board query saying not to worry because there's a verification underway and the results are due any day soon. It doesn't help our IT credibility if I'm on the back foot with what's going on. Now, she sent that to you, Mr. Young. It's come from your managing director. Can I assume you would have read it?
I don't recall it, but yes, if it was sent to me, I'll have read it.
And at this point, she's plainly, clearly aware of the potentially devastating impact of possible litigation, the possibly devastating impact of litigation challenging the integrity of Horizon, isn't she?
The email suggests that, yes.
And she was treating this, her original message about an independent assessment, as significant. And in fact, she says, potentially of enormous help, isn't she?
Yes, she is. I want to make a point here because I wouldn't want
Well, hang on a minute. This is getting a little too long-winded. What is the end point of this line of questioning, Ms. Patrick?
So, if I can just ask the next question, it might help.
Yeah, fine.
We don't see a response. We haven't seen a response from you, Mr. Young, but if we scroll up, we'll see a message from Ms. Venables. Again, Mike, I've realised I sent this to you and it was intended for Leslie. But actually, as her boss, would you mind looking into? Also, watch the tone, and she speaks about sounding cross while she's on holiday. Now, we haven't seen a response, but having perhaps in error raised this with you rather than Miss Sewell, did you pick up the phone to Miss Venables and talk about this independent assessment and its relevance to the litigation?
Right. First of all, it was where I was going to go. I'm in a blind spot here, so I have no idea what I can see what it's about, but I have no idea about what the content has been between Fujitsu and Post Office. What Leslie may have had by way of dialogue with Paula, and then what Leslie may have had with dialogue with Fujitsu and vice versa. So it was sent to me in error. I saw it in the disclosure process. Okay, and I still don't know what it's about. At the point I respond to Duncan and Paula after that Computer Weekly meeting, I'm straight back into finishing off the MDA on separation, which is why I suspect, I can't confirm, but it's why I suspect Paula was using Leslie to talk to Fujitsu and air out the possibility of a full review of the system. I had done a telephone introduction of sorts, certainly spoken to Paula and Duncan and said, you two guys need to meet. And Paula had as much opportunity as Leslie to reach for the phone and speak to Duncan or the management team in Fujitsu to seek the clarity. So I'm a bit bemused that I'm being asked about something I've not really been involved in before that, up until that initial call to Computer Weekly. I don't have the answers for you.
You don't have the answers. I'm asking you if you did. Now, what we know is that you were pushing for an independent review the year before. We know that this ended up in your inbox. And is your evidence that between this point in October 2011 and In March 2012, by the time you leave, there's been no progress, nothing done to push forward this independent code level review that you thought might be needed and that might have been covered in your conversation with Duncan Tate and which ought to have been paid for by Fujitsu. Nothing had happened, had it?
By the looks of it, no.
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have any other questions, Mr. Young.
Is that it, Ms. Hodge?
Yes, that concludes the questioning of Mr. Young.
Right, well, Mr. Young, first of all, I owe you an apology for saying publicly that the inquiry could not trace you when that was palpably wrong because they had traced you and you'd been in communication with them. But I appreciate that that may have caused you unnecessary distress, so I apologize for that. And secondly, thank you for your witness statement and giving evidence today.
Thank you.
Right. What next, Ms. Hodge?
So I propose a short 10-minute break.
Yeah.
And then we can resume with Mr. Oldnall and do our very best to complete his evidence today.
All right. Jolly good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can, and I'm sorry if I kept you waiting a few minutes.
No, thank you, sir. Our next witness is Simon Oldnall.
Let me just, I'll just go out of view for a moment or two while I locate my hard copy of his statement. I'll be with you in a second.
Thank you. Please can the witness be sworn?
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please give your full name.
Simon Geoffrey Oldnall.
Mr. Oldnall, you've provided 4 statements to the inquiry, the first of which was a corporate statement which addressed a teaching session provided to the inquiry when it was constituted in non-statutory form. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your second, third and fourth statements you've given in response to questions directed at Post Office Limited. Is that right?
That's correct.
My questions for you today will be focused on mostly actions and events which have occurred since you joined the Post Office in September 2020. But before we turn to that, please, I'd just briefly like to go through the formality of confirming each of your statements. Do you have a copy of the full statements in front of you? Thank you. If we deal with them in date order, could we begin with your first statement to the inquiry dated 20th of July 2024. That statement bears the reference, 2022, forgive me, WITN 03680-100. Do you have a copy of that in front of you? That statement, I believe, runs to 20 pages, including its exhibits. Could you turn to page 15, please?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
I do, yes.
And is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Your second statement, please, dated 30th of April 2024. That bears the reference WITN 03680-200.
Yes, that's correct.
You have that before you. Thank you. That's a long statement running to 276 pages. Could I ask you please to turn to page 255?
Yes.
Do you see your signature there?
I do, yes.
And is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is, yes.
Thank you. Your third statement, Mr. Oldnall, bears the reference WITN 03680-300. That's dated the 2nd of September 2024. Do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes.
That's 46 pages in length. At page 41, do you see your signature?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge?
It is, yes.
Thank you. And your fourth statement, which you gave recently on the 9th of October 2024, it bears the reference WITN 03680-400. It's 7 pages long. Your signature at page 6, please.
Yes.
And is the content of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. You are currently employed as the Branch Technology Director at Post Office Limited, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Before joining the Post Office, you worked, you say, for 20 years in the private sector for consultancy and technology companies in the delivery of technology change programs.
Yes, that's correct.
And prior to that, you were employed as a civil servant for 10 years in the Department for Work and Pensions, and including its predecessors.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. As we've discussed already, you joined the Post Office in September of 2022. Your original title was Horizon IT Director, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Subsequently changed to Branch Technology Director.
In April this year, yes, correct.
In April this year. What was the reason, please, for the change in your title?
It was a broadening of my scope to encompass not only Horizon, but also a number of related technology elements within the branch.
Thank you.
I think you may have said, Ms. Hodge, 2022, but was it 2020 or 2022?
2020, sir.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
Sorry.
I may have misheard you, but I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. One area of your responsibilities is the management of the Post Office branch technology team. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you say in your statement the team is comprised of various sub-teams. Is that right?
That's correct.
One of which is named Remediation and Change.
The remediation program was programme within my team scope, yes.
Could you please just briefly describe the role of that team?
That team was set up in response to driving the remediation activities that would address the findings made in the Horizon Issues judgment.
And you also describe in your statement another sub-team known as Security Risks and Investigations, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What's the role and function of that team?
That's effectively looking at where we need to support issues with Horizon and making sure that Horizon remains secure and reliable.
Can you describe the nature and extent of liaison between your branch technology team and the network crime and risk support team?
We effectively provide data to that team. That's probably about the extent. And that data is normally provisioned through what's called the ARQ process.
And is that's the principal extent of your...
That's the principal extent of our interaction, yes.
You have also, sorry, you explain, would it be fair to characterise a key part of your role upon joining the post office as being to embed and ensure changes were made in the aftermath of the group litigation?
Yes, very much so. That was my initial scope.
You were appointed approximately 10 months after the Horizon Issue judgment was handed down, is that right?
That's correct.
What impression did you form upon joining the post office as to the progress which had been made in responding to the issues raised in that judgment?
I think my initial impression was that fairly limited progress had been made by that point. I think the CIO at the time had started to put in place the mechanisms to address the judgment findings, but there had been probably little substantive progress at that stage.
What did you understand to be the reasons why limited progress had been made in that 10-month period?
I don't think those reasons were particularly made clear to me. By the time I joined, we had appointed an independent audit firm that would help us understand where we were currently, but that work hadn't really substantially started by that stage.
That firm was KPMG, is that correct?
Initially, the firm was BDO. We later changed that to KPMG.
So that change took place during your tenure, is that
very shortly afterwards, yes.
You explain in your statement that KPMG produced a draft report in December, so a couple of months after you joined, in which they noted that, in particular, no progress had been made in relation to privileged or elevated access controls within the Horizon environment. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that the Post Office used limited controls around remote access. I think you say you made that one of your key priorities upon
Absolutely,
taking
yes.
on responsibility for this area. You also say in your statement that in parallel with that audit work that was ultimately commissioned from KPMG, the Post Office was setting up a forensic investigation team within the IT function to support the response to the Common Issues Judgment and the Horizon Issues Judgment. Is that the Security Risk and Investigations team that you... Is that one and the same?
That's correct, yeah, that's one and the same.
I think you say it was recognised in August of 2020 that the capabilities were quite limited in that respect.
They were, yes.
And they've since been scaled up, is that
We have improved that capability, yes.
Now, during your tenure as head of branch technology, you've been required to deal not only with historic Horizon issues, but also current issues. Is that
That's correct,
fair?
yes.
Do you consider you have sufficient resources to manage both of those work streams in parallel?
Yes, we effectively separated looking at historical remediation activity into a programme, whilst I created a business as usual team to deal with the ongoing and current management of Horizon.
So dealing firstly with the remediation aspect, a programme was launched in late 2020, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that coincided, I think, broadly with the draft findings from KPMG, is that right?
Yes, it did. Yes.
And built upon those?
It did. They were the basis for the programme.
In your statement, you say there were, in effect, three principal phases to that remediation programme. Would it be fair to say the first constituted what might be thought of as quick fixes, which could be dealt with fairly swiftly and at limited cost?
Yes, they were things that we should just get on with and do fairly rapidly and quickly, yes.
You say that one of those was
a pilot of a new dispute mechanism for postmasters to improve the end-to-end investigation processes. Can you describe that, please, in a little more detail?
Yes, we effectively looked at the process whereby postmasters could flag concerns to us around discrepancy. This was done in conjunction with changing a button on Horizon to make sure there was some way that postmasters could report those discrepancies to us, that then was backed off to a process whereby we would look into that discrepancy and work with postmasters to understand what had happened.
And that's a process that sits outside the trading and balancing
Effectively, yes.
function. You say that with the support of Fujitsu, you resolved 62 historical defects that were present in Horizon.
Yes, we looked at the historical defects that were highlighted in the judgment, and we went through them methodically and checked whether they could be present in the current version of Horizon, and retested and had KPMG verify that testing to ensure they were no longer present in the system.
I think the third example, you explained that the Update Horizon technology team, that was part of your remediation team, was it? Designed a new process for managing current defects in the system. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I'd just like to ask you briefly about that process, so the processes you have in place for managing current defects. So there are two aspects to this. You've introduced new process and resource for capturing bugs, errors, and defects during testing. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
How is that, where and how is that testing of Horizon performed, please?
So that testing is post office led. We've created a test team within post office. This is led by test professionals. We effectively have created an overall testing approach that we don't just accept code and put it into live. We test it. We ensure that we test it against what's called a regression pack. And we give a level of assurance that actually when we make a change to Horizon, we don't introduce new bugs, errors, or defects.
So that code is provided to you by Fujitsu?
It is, yes.
Is that correct? And you're performing testing, including regression testing on the code before it's released into the live environment?
That's correct, yes.
Can you please explain what systems do you now have in place to monitor and detect defects in the live running of the Horizon system?
There are a number of steps we take. Obviously, if issues are reported to us, we investigate whether that is as a result of a defect. We have a process whereby when a defect is reported to us, we very rapidly convene a process around that defect and determine what the impact might be, whether it is what we describe as a poor user experience or whether in fact it's something that might impact the branch. If it's all those defects are then reported out, normally within 48 hours to the branch, where we publish the list of those defects, and we engage with a broad range of stakeholders to ensure that that impact is understood and then prioritised for fixing.
In your statement, you say this about the reporting of defects. You say where a defect is detected in the live system, it will be reported to the IT service desk. Is that that assumption being by a postmaster? Is that?
It can be by a postmaster or it can be by anybody who determines there's a defect, yes. But normally we would expect the end user to potentially find that defect, but other ways do exist.
You say that analysts in the IT service desk are provided with knowledge-based articles about the identified defect. Who produces those, please?
They're produced by my team.
That they can refer to those when they are dealing with issues raised with them that might relate to the bug. Do you have any systems in place to monitor the calls to the service desk to ensure quality assurance in relation to the application of those knowledge-based articles?
There are a number of measures around the IT service desk and its performance. That's reporting out. It's a separate part of the technology team. It's not directly part of my team, but there are a number of systems in place to monitor the IT service desk and the performance of the IT service desk, yes.
I think essentially what you say in your statement is this is now a process which is led and owned by the post office rather than by Fujitsu as it was.
That's correct, yes.
You've said that the new testing processes identify approximately 4 new defects every month.
I think 4 might be the current number of defects we have, yes. So it is a very small number of defects currently.
In the live environment?
Correct.
And you have systems in place to notify postmasters of those?
We do. We utilise a number of communication channels, including branch hub and bulletins out to postmasters, yes.
Now, you discuss in some detail the third phase of the remediation programme, which you explain was launched in mid-2022, and that, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
That this addressed some of the more tricky issues that required both greater funding on the one hand, but also cooperation from third parties.
That's correct, yes.
You say that one key aspect of this phase related to making improvements in the provision of transaction and branch accounting data to sub-postmasters.
That's correct.
Addressing a problem identified in the Horizon Issues judgment concerning their access to data, branch accounting data on their own system.
The direct access to branch accounting data by postmasters, yes.
You say that there was a significant initiative planned to remedy that problem, but that the Post Office hasn't been able to deliver that change into Horizon. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Why is that?
Ultimately, that solution was dependent on another technology program, which was our migration away from our physical data centres in Belfast. So the technology that would have enabled us to get that data much more readily available to postmasters was dependent on the other program, which was ultimately cancelled.
Now, I think you make quite clear in your statement that, firstly, it was regrettable that couldn't be taken forward, particularly because the purpose of the initiative was to give postmasters greater transparency over their own accounting data. What I'd like to ask you now relates to the approach that is taken, or has been taken, in the course of the last year in relation to the recovery of Horizon shortfalls. Can you assist us? What is the Post Office's current position in relation to the recovery of shortfalls shown by Horizon?
I believe the current position is that we do not recover a shortfall unless the postmaster agrees with the reason for that shortfall.
I wonder if we could take a look, please, at POL 0044 8362. Is this a document with which you're familiar?
Not immediately, sorry.
If we scroll down, please, to page 3, so it's called Loss Recovery Update. The document itself doesn't have a date, but the metadata suggests it's dated 2nd of August of 2024.
Okay.
It provides this by way of background. So it says, point 1, following the recommendations made in the Group Litigation Order and Common Issues Judgment in 2018-19, Post Office Limited ceased action to recover established losses from postmasters. This activity has been on hold since this time, except where a postmaster both agrees to pay the established loss and proceeds to repay. So that's consistent with your understanding as to the current position. However, it goes on to say, to support implementation of associated common issue judgments recommendations, a new team known as Network Monitoring and Support and Target Operational Model was set up in April 2021. Its purpose being to support postmasters to review and resolve discrepancies mainly found during their trading period balancing process. It goes up point 3, the process to review a discrepancy and identify the cause is formally documented and regularly assured by the Assurance and Complex Transaction team. What is your understanding as to the role and purpose of that team and your liaison, if any, with it?
So that is the team, I believe, that's led by John Bartlett. That team, as the title suggests, will provide assurance over a number of investigation type activities. So in this context, I would suggest they are probably looking at the way that the discrepancy has been looked at by the network support team, as opposed to anything else.
Now, you said earlier that the extent of your, and it may be a question of terminology, but the extent of your cooperation with what we discussed earlier is the network crime. Give me my reference correct. Yes, the network crime and risk support team, that you provide ARQ data to that team following a request to Fujitsu
via the ARQ process.
Do you provide any support to the assurance and complex investigations team in analysing that data to explain what the underlying cause of a discrepancy might be?
I don't recall we provide particularly regular support. We would probably, on request, if asked about a particular defect or a particular issue with the system, we would provide that support.
Do you think that the analysis of, for example, ARQ audit data is something which would probably fall within the ambit of your team, bearing in mind their expertise and their technical knowledge?
We can certainly support that analysis. We don't habitually do to carry out that analysis, though.
Do you think that you should?
We could.
Sorry, we paused there to say that the process of reviewing the discrepancy and identifying the root cause rests with John Bartlett's team, the Assurance and Complex Investigations team, as they're known. This includes looking at Horizon transaction data to ensure Horizon acted as expected and is therefore unlikely to be the cause of the discrepancy. It goes on to say there are a number of possible outcomes: writing off a balance below minimum value, writing off the cause as not being established, correcting with a transaction correction if the cause is due to a processing error, or establish the loss has arisen on the balance of probabilities due to negligence, carelessness, or error. What the points 5 and 6 make clear that, as indicated above, if the postmaster, in a sense, disagrees with the analysis as the underlying root cause, then the post office essentially would leave the matter there.
Correct, yes.
But it goes on to make a series of recommendations. I just want to establish with you your knowledge in relation to those and what inquiries were made of you. If we could please scroll down to page 4. Thank you. So it lists a number of options and recommendations, identifies there are risks associated with each one. So the second point, each of these options give rise to risks outlined below. The first being that the Post Office is not adopting a consistent process for postmasters, presumably because if someone agrees, they pay up, but if they don't, they do, and therefore you've got a difference in treatment, which isn't based on the Post Office's own analysis as to the underlying cause of the discrepancy.
Correct.
Secondly, that the policy position is unclear. Thirdly, that there's significant reputational risk for the Post Office. Fourthly, financial risk. Fifthly, that the relationship with the Post Office, there's a risk to the relationship with the Post Office's shareholders, as the approach may be non-compliant with the guidance around managing public money. What would you understand the concern there to be?
I would be speculating, but I would imagine, given the guidance around the spending of public money, given that Post Office obviously receives a subsidy from government and that funds a number of activities, I would imagine that risk is being called out as potentially non-compliant, but I'd be speculating.
6, a concern that the current approach, that some of the options might be likely to embed improper financial behaviours and practices in the network of postmasters if there are no sanctions or consequences for failing to follow the proper policies and procedures. And finally, the Post Office might be failing its duty of care to postmasters. So those various risks, some to the Post Office, some to postmasters,
And then, please, para 5, the recommendation, page 5, please, thank you. So here, under actions, we see the recommendation that the Post Office begins to recover losses through civil action or deduction from remuneration where necessary, following an agreed process and with the approval of an external independent board. It states all other options give rise to significant postmaster and post office risks across a range of factors. Were you aware of that recommendation?
I believe I'm aware of some of this activity, yes.
If we scroll down to the bottom of page 6, please. So these are under the heading actions, thank you, listed against various stakeholders in the business, and we see against technology, you're named, and the action is to confirm that as of today, the data can be relied upon to commence the loss recovery process, noting that part of the process is to check Horizon. Do you recall being asked to confirm that the data that Horizon from data can be relied upon to support the recovery?
Yes, I do recall that. Yes, this is part of a working group, and I think this, from memory now, this paper was sent to me, I think probably around the time I was on annual leave. But yes, I do recall.
When can you assist us to when that was in terms of timescale?
It would have been somewhere around the summertime, so yeah.
Over the course of summer. And do you recall what you said when you were asked?
I don't believe I have actioned this as yet, but there is. What I will probably have to do is commission a piece of work to effectively meet that action.
So that one, so far as you're concerned, that's an action that's pending?
Correct, yes.
I wonder if we can go on to look at an email chain concerning the support that might be provided by the Post Office and Fujitsu to a police force investigating suspected criminal conduct. That chain dates from April of this year, and it bears reference FUJ 0024 3203. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the bottom of page 4, please. Oh, apologies. If we go up, thank you. It must be bottom of page 3. Thank you. So we see this is an email from you. If we scroll up a little further, please. You see it's addressed to Daniel Walton. Can you confirm his role in your liaison with him?
Yeah, so Dan Walton is the Fujitsu lead for the Post Office account.
And it's copied to John Bartlett. So the title, Support to City of London Police Investigation. It reads, Dan, I understand from John that there have been some challenges with supporting an ongoing police investigation that involves a large sum of money. I obviously understand broader context, but wanted reassured that Post Office Limited is supporting the police investigation and offering any and all assistance we can. Can I ask that you help with any conversations that the City of London Police need to have with Fujitsu Services Limited? Now, what is the nature of your involvement, if any, with investigations carried out by Post Office Limited's investigation team and any subsequent referral to the police?
Yeah. My role in this email chain was effectively Mr. Bartlett reached out to me as I manage the Fujitsu relationship on a day-to-day basis. And he asked me to impress onto Fujitsu the need to cooperate with City of London Police. And that was the extent of my engagement in this conversation.
Now, bearing in mind that the Post Office hasn't for some time sought to recover losses from postmasters unless they agree to repay them, did it strike you as odd, or were you at all concerned to be asked to lend your support to this particular process?
Not particularly, no. My understanding from Mr. Bartlett that was this wasn't a simple case of a postmaster that we were some way pursuing over a loss, that this was a much larger and very much a police matter.
So the crucial difference here being, so far as you're concerned, this is an investigation which is being managed independently by the police.
That's correct, yes.
Now, if we could just scroll up, please. Thank you. Mr. Walton responds to your email saying this: "Hi Simon, thank you for your message below. As this is a legal matter, Fujitsu Legal are communicating with the City of London Police. I'm not involved in those communications, and in any event, Fujitsu considers it is inappropriate for Post Office and Fujitsu to be discussing a police investigation." What did you make of that suggestion, that it was somehow inappropriate for there to be any discussions between the Post Office and Fujitsu concerning an ongoing police investigation?
I think my immediate reaction was probably something of confusion, given that my request was simply to my counterpart in Fujitsu to ensure that we cooperate with that Fujitsu cooperate with the police. So probably I was slightly confused by the response, but nonetheless, that was Fujitsu's response.
And if we scroll up, please, we can see Mr. Mr. Bartlett responds to Mr. Walton and copies you in, and we'll come to the point shortly, but essentially he says to Mr. Walton that one of his team has gone to back to City of London Police to see how the contact you referenced below was progressing and have an open and objective engagement on this matter. City of London has informed the Post Office that they have not had any additional information or contact from Fujitsu after the single exploratory and inconclusive conversation. He said they left that conversation with the feeling that they were indirectly being told that the Horizon system was unreliable, and so the case could not progress. We really need to explore this, as this is not the nuanced impression Simon Oldnall has given me. Now, you obviously copied into that email. What did you understand, Mr. Bartlett, to be saying there? And what is this nuanced impression that you had as to Horizon's reliability?
From memory, the conversation, Mr. Bartlett, was very much around the fact that we obviously use Horizon data in a number of contexts, both through the ARQ process where we retrieve that data. So I think I was, again, confused by Fujitsu's position that the system was unreliable, given that obviously they provide that system to Post Office. It's our core trading platform, and we rely on the data within that platform for a number of purposes.
Do you know why? Do you have any sense as to why Fujitsu are taking that position in this correspondence?
I don't have an immediate view on why they've taken that position. I can only speculate that it was probably an unwillingness to be involved in any kind of prosecution of postmasters, which I can understand.
You discussed the ongoing relationship between Fujitsu, so moving on briefly, you discussed the ongoing relationship between Fujitsu services and Post Office in your statement, and you comment that one of the concerns raised in the Horizon Issues judgment was the extent of the Post Office's reliance upon Fujitsu. I think you describe, forgive me, you're nodding, and I'm conscious that...
Apologies, I'll say yes whenever.
No, but I didn't ask you a question in fairness. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. You describe a number of steps which the Post Office has taken to improve its oversight of Fujitsu. We've discussed some of those already, regression testing, for example, to check the quality of code. And then also the developing your own capability for monitoring and alerting capacity issues in relation to performance of the system and network statistics, transaction processing through what's called an app dynamics tool. Is that correct?
App dynamics, yes, that's correct.
Now, I think one of the areas you've sought to address in particular, because you've made it a priority, is privileged access. But you state there have been some issues in relation to that and the extent of cooperation you've received. Can you explain those, please?
Yeah, we have made significant improvements around the privileged and remote access process, and I think it's important to differentiate between privileged and remote access. So we have tightened up particularly the process whereby there's a role that I believe was referenced in the Horizon Issues judgment called AppSup, where specifically that process now has very tight controls around it, where it requires input by 3 post office employees and the knowledge and consent of a postmaster before we use that role. We've also improved our reporting around privileged access, so elevated or privileged access and the use of that. And that is now reported and scrutinised monthly through what's called the Information Security Management Forum. We have identified there's still additional improvements we'd like to make to that reporting, but it is a significantly improved position to that which KPMG found when they looked at this in 2020.
And I think you sought to review Fujitsu's management of privileged access and indeed to ensure there's an ongoing audit of that. Have you found that Fujitsu have been cooperative in that process?
So in terms of, there's been a number of audits we've carried out, a number of audit activities. We did commission an independent piece of work via Deloitte. It was commissioned through our internal audit process, but effectively we had an external provider. And Fujitsu's cooperation with that particular audit didn't go to the extent that we would have liked. However, there is an annual independent audit, particularly around the controls around the Horizon system, that's carried out by Ernst Young, EY, and Fujitsu fully cooperate with that particular audit. And we are currently reviewing this year's output from that audit.
And forgive me, when was that audit concluded?
It was actually completed slightly late this year, in September this year.
In September. But you found that cooperation in that was...
Yes, there was full cooperation with that.
I'd like to move on, please, to another topic, which you've mentioned already. This is ARQ, or audit data in Horizon. You explain in your statement you're not involved in the day-to-day practicalities, that is to say the raising of requests and the processing of those requests. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You say that process is managed by the Network Crime and Risk Support Team.
That's correct, yes.
Why does responsibility for that process sit within that team?
I think it's an historic thing. Effectively, they've been the conduit to access that process. That will change over time, but I think it's probably just an historical piece at this stage.
Where do you think that process ought to sit? You say it's likely to change. Do you think it would better sit elsewhere in the
process will change as we move away from the current Horizon audit solution to the in-house post office solution that we're building currently, where actually the process will become much more self-service. So at the moment it's very, very manual. You fill in a form, it's transmitted, you get the data back. We're currently building a solution whereby people who require that audit data will be able to access it much more directly.
Although you're not involved in the day-to-day practicalities, you have explained that because you're responsible for managing Post Office's contractual relationship with Fujitsu, you have on occasion been brought in to deal with issues relating to ARQ data. Is that
That's
right?
correct, yes.
You explained that when a request is raised of Fujitsu, Post Office is in effect exercising a contractual right over which you have oversight, and that you've been involved in managing discussions with Fujitsu, for example, in relation to the reimbursement of the costs associated with remediation requests. Is that
That's correct, yes.
So under the current processes, I think a great many requests are made by the remediation unit. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
In order to investigate historic shortfalls.
That's correct.
Do you know which other parts of the business are currently involved in making requests for audit ARQ data?
I think
Fujitsu, and for what purpose?
I think the next sort of second biggest user is probably the branch support team, who investigate discrepancies in branch, and they probably consume the vast majority of other requests. Some requests come directly from my team, where we want to look at audit data as well, but it is largely remediation unit and the branch support team.
Why would your own team be seeking audit data for investigation?
If a postmaster's flagged a problem with us, we will look at all sources of data. And so we will look at audit transaction data, we will look at data we've extracted from a particular Horizon counter. We look at a number of sources to make sure that there isn't a problem with Horizon.
And that would be, would it to investigate a reported bug error or defect?
A bug error or defect, effectively, yes.
When that data is extracted, whether by, presumably if it's extracted by your team, you would analyse that data?
We would look at that data, yes.
If it's extracted by the branch support team, they would be responsible for analysing it?
That's correct, yes.
I'd like to ask you just some very brief questions about changes which Fujitsu services proposed to the ARQ request form. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, yes.
So I think it was in mid to late May of this year, Fujitsu submitted, I think they instructed that ARQ requests should henceforth be made on a form which contained 2 new mandatory questions. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Can we just bring a copy of that up, please? It's FUJ 002432223. Thank you. So at the top we see under the heading mandatory, firstly, the first question, is this request related to either the investigation of or action taken or intended to be taken by the post office against a postmaster or post office worker in connection with a potential fraud, theft, breach of contract, or any other potential impropriety which is suspected to have occurred at relevant post office branches? So seeking an answer yes or no to that. And secondly, will this information be used to support either a postmaster or a post office worker to achieve financial redress, including under the compensation scheme such as the Horizon Shortfall scheme, established or administered by either the UK government or the post office for action taken against them by the post office? Again, a yes or no answer. Now, this came to you to deal with, is that right?
It was escalated to me to have a discussion with Fujitsu, yes. As you say, Fujitsu effectively unilaterally imposed these questions upon Post Office.
And why was there objection on the part of Post Office to answering what, on the face of it, appeared sort of quite straightforward questions as to the purpose to which the information would be put?
I think we felt particularly the first question was very, very broad. The second question, Fujitsu were well aware of why we were requesting lots and lots of data around redress. So overall, we didn't feel the mandatory changes were necessary.
And in relation to the first question, you say that you were concerned it was unduly broad. On the face of it, it seems to be quite narrowly focused to investigations or actions to be taken in relation to specific suspected criminal activity. Why would it be difficult for Post Office to confirm whether the request had been raised for that reason?
Well, I think the second leg of the question actually talks about action being taken or intended to be taken by the Post Office against a postmaster. Post Office doesn't take action against postmasters. So it doesn't really stand even as a question. And then it goes on to talk about any other Post Office worker with a potential fraud, breach of contract. It felt very broadly worded and not actually relevant to the way Post Office operates today.
As you've said a short time ago, the Post Office is designing its own audit store for Horizon, enabling storage of audit data for all branch transactions within the Post Office. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that the process of retrieving data from that would henceforth be carried out by the Post Office. That's the intention, is it?
That's the intention, yes.
Presumably, Post Office will continue to use ARQ data once it's brought in-house for investigations into the cause of discrepancies. Is that?
Absolutely, yes. ARQ effectively is the process to retrieve audit data. So yes, we will continue to use audit data to support a number of activities.
And what steps do you intend to take to ensure the accuracy of that data is maintained for its use in investigations and or related prosecutions, if that be the case?
So the solution we're designing is designed with a similar level of rigour around an audit solution for similar systems to Horizon. So although it uses more modern technology to the current very physical storage, it will maintain the same levels of integrity effectively and the ability to audit how that data was retrieved and found.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, that could be brought down. Thank you very much. There's one final topic I'd like to raise with you, Mr. Oldnall, relating to the new branch IT programme. Now, that's not a programme over which you have direct management responsibility, is that
That's
correct?
true, yes, that's correct.
But is it right that it's one of the programmes that you sponsor under your... you said that you have responsibility for sponsoring a number of change programmes.
I have a number of change programmes. New branch IT specifically refers to the replacement of the Horizon counter software. Within my remit, I have things like the new portable counter device and the new self-service device, but not the replacement of the Horizon counter device as such, or the Horizon counter software as such.
But that's not to say that you don't have any awareness or understanding of the issues that have been encountered by the programme, is that
That's true, yes, that's correct.
So you say in your statement that it was initially proposed that the new branch IT programme would be deployed in a manner that would enable Post Office to exit its contract with Fujitsu by March 2025.
That's correct.
But due to delays in the development and rollout of the system, the deployment is now not due to start until June 2026. Now, firstly, is it your understanding that the system is currently still on track to be deployed in June 2026?
I believe we're currently at a stage where we're reviewing the current plan for the replacement of Horizon, and I think as others evidence have given that review's live right now to work out what that plan might look like.
What do you understand to have been the reasons for the delay, the historic delays in the programme, which caused the original timetable to be relaxed?
So I've obviously seen a number of documents that have been shared with me. I think there's been a number of issues around probably technical complexity, wanting to ensure that the product itself is fit for purpose, and so going through quite extended levels of testing. And ultimately, I think building up an understanding of a system that is quite diverse in its product nature has taken much longer than potentially Post Office originally anticipated.
To your knowledge, has the provision of sufficient funding been an issue in achieving a design and a solution that is fit for purpose?
I'm aware of some of the funding discussions and have been involved in some of the funding discussions. I think, as others have talked about, the iterative nature of funding a programme of that scale probably hasn't been particularly helpful. But I also am aware that the initial estimates for how much it would cost to replace Horizon have greatly increased, yes.
Now, we know from other witnesses that concerns have been raised internally within the Post Office, and particularly through the Post Office's internal speak-up process. Are you aware of the nature of those concerns that have been raised?
From the documentation that's been shared with me, I've seen some of those, yes.
Sorry, when you say that's been shared with you, do you mean by the inquiry?
By the inquiry, yes, sorry.
Right. But absent that, it wasn't something of which you were aware in your role as...
I was broadly aware of some concerns that have been raised, particularly around the level of defect in the new system, but not very specifically.
And what can you tell us about?
I was broadly aware that there were concerns around the volume and the levels of defects that were present in the system, and particularly I'm going to characterise as the enthusiasm to get the new system out there. Potentially, some of those defects were not being controlled and managed in the way that I would particularly like.
And did that cause a personal concern to you to learn that there was pressure to roll out a system with outstanding
bugs and defects?
At a personal level, yes. We've spent quite a large amount of time over the last 4 years trying to build confidence and making sure that Horizon doesn't have a volume of defects in it. So yes, rolling out a system that has a higher level of defects, it would definitely cause me concern, yes.
Now, obviously, that was a concern reported to you. Did you have any knowledge as to whether there was any merit to, or that there was any substance to that complaint?
Not directly, no.
And from where in the organisation did you understand the pressure to be coming to get the system rolled out, even if it had outstanding defects?
I couldn't specifically say from where in the organisation. I know, obviously, there's, as you've highlighted, the ambition was to have this rolled out by initially 2024 and then 2025.
Are you personally concerned that the Post Office might be repeating the mistakes of the past in its handling of this particular programme?
At a personal level, yes, I would be concerned if we didn't face into those defects. I think the opportunity that's being taken now is to take a step back and ensure that the AMBIT programme does deliver to the kind of standard that our postmasters expect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oldnall. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
I think, if you want to...
Mr. Oldnall, couple of questions. There's a document which we'll ask on the screen. I just want to ask you when you were first made aware of this document, okay? So that's the question. FUJ 002 43199.
Okay.
And so this is the, can I call it the Fujitsu Patterson letter, 17th of May this year. Now, I think, Mr. Oldnall, you should have had this within the documents you had for the inquiry.
Yes.
My question is not about when you got it through the inquiry. My question is whether when you got this document, if you did, through your workplace.
Yes, I did. So Mr. Walton alerted me this letter was coming. I think I received a copy around about the weekend it was issued via Mr. Brocklesby.
Right. Did this trigger a discussion internally about where this letter should go to? In other words, should it go to legals? If so, what their opinion of it was, and in relation to police investigations, whether the police should be kept informed of it, and indeed other parts of the system.
The discussion I was aware of internally was certainly led by legal. I think the discussion I was involved in was more around what would be Post Office's response to the content of the letter.
Did you have any dealings directly with Mr. Patterson or a subordinate of Mr. Patterson's about the content of this letter?
Not
considering
directly.
you're the Fujitsu relationship.
Correct, yeah, not directly, no.
No. Did you have, does that mean one of your team did?
No, so my interaction with this letter sort of started and ended with Mr. Walton telling me the letter was coming, and that was it.
Okay. The letter itself is from Fujitsu, obviously runs the system, and it's saying, you know, don't rely upon our system. Well, that seems to have quite an effect upon the sorts of projects that you're engaged in.
It does. I think I've used the word confusing a couple of times in my evidence so far today. I found that particular letter quite confusing because on one hand, you're right, it says don't rely on our system, which is an interesting position for a supplier and not one I've experienced in my career, but equally says please use our data to sort redress. So it is somewhat confusing.
Have you got to the bottom of this letter yet?
Not me personally, no.
No. Has anyone?
I believe, and I've seen, obviously, there's been an exchange of letters in this same thread.
All right. Next question is slightly different. So can I take the framing of a post office branch that's experiencing a shortfall, and I would deliberately use the figure of £115. So I'll come to the reason why I'm using £150 in a moment, all right? So I'm a sub-postmaster at a branch, and I can see on my Horizon system that there is a shortfall of 115, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, we know that the R&D button will trigger certain events within the post office system, that there will be, putting it shortly, an investigation, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. We also know that if I'm the sub-postmaster and I call up the helpline and I say, look, I've got this figure, I don't understand it, what's going on, it's a shortfall, £115, then as well, that should also trigger some type of investigation, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Right. What if I pay off the shortfall without notifying the post office, either by the R&D button or the helpline? Is there a way that the systems that you are aware of can identify that I and my branch, with that shortfall, have essentially identified the shortfall and then paid it off without notifying you through the two ways I've just identified?
So the system would identify if it's been done at the trading period.
Yeah.
So if somebody's settled to cash effectively or settled by check.
Which is why I'm using the figure 115. You'll probably be able to explain why.
I assumed why.
Yeah.
Then yes, we would be able to identify that settled cash had happened.
Yeah.
What we would not be able to identify is why.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be able to understand that the post went, actually, £115, I remember that, I did that wrong, as opposed to, I've no reason why that's happened. So for us to get into that £115, we would need the postmaster to press the R&D button.
Right. So the sheer fact that a sub-postmaster identifies 115 as being the shortfall and then pays it off using cash, which is the reason for using 115 as my example, doesn't in fact of itself trigger a post office investigation.
Not an investigation as such, no. I think you'll probably hear from Melanie Park tomorrow where they talk about, they do look for patterns.
Yeah.
And they do look to go, okay, that branch is regularly doing that. Let's go and talk to them and see whether they need additional help and support.
And the reason why I've used the figure 115 is?
I knew you were going to ask me that, Mr. Steen. Apologies, I can't remember.
Right. Well, it's because what the system does also is it accounts for cash in terms of the notes that's used. So that I use 115 so that we've got 20s, 10, 5, and that therefore there's a way of actually understanding that the system's had that cash input if you wanted to do it.
You've jogged my memory, Mr. Steen. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Hall.
you.
So I think that's all the questions we have from core participants.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Oldnall, for producing 4 witness statements, one of which is extremely detailed and 2 of which are quite detailed. I'm very grateful for you for doing that work, and I expect you're quite glad that your time in the witness box was comparatively short. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Right. We'll resume again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you.